Testing, testing. Welcome to the workshop, everybody. I see that everybody's dressed accordingly except for Tony. He wore a horrible tool for workshops. I think we're all here, all assembled. Do I turn it over to you, Jacob, or?
Mayor, I'll just make a quick comment.
Pledge. Wrong agenda. Sorry. Okay, if we could all stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll kick this off. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, now that I got the right agenda, that was my bad. At this time, I'd like to convene open session. What's that? Here we go. Individuals wishing to. They stay close, so we're here. Individuals wishing to address the city council are requested to complete a speaker card and place it at the podium prior to the item being heard by the city council. Please observe a 3-minute limit for communications, and once called upon to speak, please state your name and city and residence for the record. Communications from the public. Sylvia, does anybody want to speak?
Mayor, we don't have any speaker cards for communication from the public.
Okay, and with that, communications from the public is closed. Moving along to agenda items. Sylvia, do we have any speakers for any of the items under policies?
Mayor, yes, we have 4 speaker cards for the rent stabilization item.
Do you want to take them now or when we get, let's do it when we get to rent stabilization. That way they're more pertinent. So with that, we'll turn it over to the wonderful city manager, Jacob Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Mayor and council, we're really excited to be here with you today, and we recognize that this is a lot of time out of your busy days, and I just wanted to thank you for being here to take the time to go over these policies with us. Also wanted to thank our staff team who've prepared all of these presentations. A lot of work goes into preparing for these workshops, and they've done a great job of trying to hopefully bring some concise, clear, complete issues to you to give us direction so that we can action those and continue to address issues that are important to our community. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you to call up our first presenter.
All right, up first is Jason Last, hanging out in the back row with the Rebels, but he'll be coming up. Jason is the Recreation Services Manager, and he's going to provide a presentation on the community event co-sponsorship policy. Good luck, Jason.
And good morning. Pleasure to be here today. I just want to provide you with some quick recommendations for our co-sponsorship program policy as it pertains to community events. Oh, I'm sorry. Test, test. I'm too tall here. Yeah. Is that better? Okay, thank you. All right, the ask today is just quickly just provide feedback, a little bit of direction on the co-sponsorship program. We're not bringing any red lines or anything to you just yet. I just wanted to have a little bit of discussion that helps us with input, and then we can work with legal and risk management to provide a final recommendation at the official council meeting. So the Community Events Co-Sponsorship Program is intended to help support community nonprofits by waiving permit fees, staff time, and other city-related costs to help organizers operate public-facing events and experiences. The policy was last updated in 2015, so we just have a little bit of a house cleaning that we want to take care of. And this is largely for clarity, but also to ensure that we have the policy we need to appropriately screen all the different applications we receive before we take them to council for approval. So I'm just going to go ahead and touch on these revisions thematically, just to kind of keep things simple. And then again, of course, I'm just going to be open to any input. And then the next step is we'll be bringing a final revision to the admin policy back to the council at a later time. So right off the bat is just a quick edit. We want to replace management services with community services as the primary administrator of the co-sponsorship policy. We took this on a couple years ago following the pandemic. And with the establishment of a special events division. So they've been really fulfilling the role of like a concierge service, working with different groups, screening the applications, talking to them about their event and their experience, and then helping them along the way in development on their own terms. We also want to replace Public Services Committee, which is no more, with our City Council as the approving body. So no change in ownership there, just clarification of terms. We do want to specify, and we do say this within the document, but also in the application period process and throughout, just to be super clear that events must be public facing. So we do have some ticketed events and things like that. Those are totally fine. What we do get requests for are like private, closed group, employee only type functions that really do not have a public benefit. So that just gives us a little bit more teeth when we're talking with these groups. And then we can provide other recommendations. Maybe it's more of a rental. And with nonprofit groups, they already receive a nonprofit rate. We do want to revise a little bit of the language pertaining to the nonprofit entities. One thing that we do want to see is evidence of nonprofit status at time of application. So we've had some new and emerging needs that have come up in the community. We have some great community organizers, but looking at other policies from other communities, it's really essential that they are incorporated. This allows them to get event insurance, allows them to have the correct legal standings and comply with the policy throughout the document. So we're not saying no, we just want to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row at time of application, so then we can go into all the logistics, the planning, to make sure that they have a safe and memorable experience. We also want to make it clear that no more, an organization may request only one event per funding cycle. Right now we have kind of split that into two. We have a couple groups that are getting an allocation maybe once every 6 months. And I think those are fine so long as the events are different, but we have had requests coming in where people are asking kind of to subsidize recurrent use or ongoing business or, every Friday type things. We have already been taking care of these on the back end, but since that has come up so many times, we do want to put that into policy. We do want to provide a new clarification, and this is kind of a new one for us, but a requesting organization must not have outstanding debt owed to the city, state, or federal government at time of application. So again, this is kind of all the ducks in a row. So when they come to us with their application, they have evidence of nonprofit status, they are in good standing with the IRS, they have no dues, anything like that. So we can go straight into the event planning process. And we're trying to backtrack on business that they're responsible for. It makes it really hard for us to work with the different organizers. It takes time away from the event planning process itself. All right, and then last, so we were looking at some of the work of other cities, talking to some different colleagues, and one thing that did come up is, how do we handle, working with ongoing groups and having that positive relationship? So, with funding, sometimes it feels like it's always given no matter what, but we want to specify that this is on terms of the application process, and that we want our groups to have a good standing relationship with the city. We have clear communications, folks are following up on deadlines, we're looking at the maps and logistics, we're getting all of our interdepartmental communications taken care of, and we do this all well in advance. Our goal is 30 days prior to any event that everything is done, it's complete, and we're ready to rock and roll and go straight into the experience. And I think from the organizer standpoint, that makes sure, they have thought about everything that could possibly go into their event and they're prepared. But from the city standpoint, we know it's going to be a safe, we know it's going to be a positive experience for our residents. And then that's pretty much it. So it's not a terribly lengthy policy, but it is a really important one, and it does so much for our community in terms of all the different events and experiences that we provide. We have great community organizers. Again, it's just a matter of cleaning up the policy to make sure it's reflective of the services we're currently offering. So the ask is to simply provide feedback, maybe a little bit of direction on what we'd like to see with that community events co-sponsorship policy, and then we'll bring back final to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in because the mayor gave me a nonverbal cue that I could do that. I appreciate the updates, and I just want to make sure. Say it's like a new organization, but they partner with a longstanding nonprofit that does check off all the so it's a partnership, right, between two organizations, and one is essentially like backing the other. Is that going to be okay?
I think ideally they would fall under the correct agency. So we don't want to like sublease funding or responsibilities. So that would be something we would maybe want to look at or
Okay.
maybe call out in specific.
Okay, because while it isn't necessarily difficult to form a nonprofit, it can be intimidating to do so for someone who has never done it before. And there are folks who gather informally and have like a group name but don't officially have a nonprofit standing, but they do good work. And so I wonder if there's room where they can partner with a nonprofit organization that does have all these things, and we can, have some sort of I don't know if it's a understanding, a contract, or something that that really delineates who does what and who's responsible for what. Because I really, I'm thinking of a couple of specific organizations or groups that are still not formal organizations, but that do good work. And I think would probably be up for a community event. They just don't have the formal incorporation. So can we consider that?
So, Councilmember Casillas, if I understand your question, you're asking could an actual nonprofit partner with a
Group.
loosely formed group?
Yes.
And the nonprofit be the formal
Yes.
requester?
Yes.
I think we do that today, and I don't think there's
Okay.
a problem with that. I guess my analogy would be it's kind of like co-signing for one of your kids'
Exactly.
loans.
Yes.
That nonprofit is going to take on that responsibility as
Yes.
being the formal applicant.
Yeah.
But that's something I think is certainly possible and
Okay.
something that the council would consider when you're approving those co-sponsorships. So I think it can be done today, and we would probably still allow that so long as you choose to approve
Yeah.
it in the end.
Yeah, I would like to see that, and I want it to like call it out, right? So if it's like a co-sponsorship or not a co-sponsor, like a co-signing kind of, that's exactly how I was thinking. That the formal nonprofit that's co-signing onto understands what that means. So I want to see that.
Yes, and I can clarify in practice that is actually fairly close to what we do. So we oftentimes receive residents who feel, really inspired, or maybe something happened in their life where they have this, calling to do this great thing for our community. And it's hard, where do you start? So the city staff is actually a great resource. So we have had sit-down meetings with different residents. How do I become a nonprofit? Who else in town is doing this, right? So we can kind of be a jumping off point. But if we can put calls or, purposes together, that's tremendous, right? Because there's already groups that are incorporated. And I don't see that as like a transference of funds. I like the idea of like the cosign. It's a great place to safely incubate these groups, but you do still have that primary incorporated body that has all the status needed to qualify for the funds. And they have their volunteers, so that's all their responsibility to manage. And then maybe one day they can split off and do their own thing too, and that's great. We just want to be careful about transference. So I don't want to apply as a nonprofit A and then here you go, nonprofit B, here's that funding. That's what we do not want to do.
Does anybody not agree with Jackie? Okay, I think everybody's good. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Jason. All right, up next is DK with the Athletic Facility Allocation Policy. Donna Finch, Community Services Director, will provide a presentation on the Athletic Facility Allocation Policy. Good luck, DK.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. So I am here today to present to you some changes and updates that we are recommending to the athletic facility allocation policy. And our ask today is that the City Council review and provide feedback on these proposed revisions. And then once we receive your feedback, we will go ahead and finalize these changes and then bring it back to council at a future meeting for adoption. So the purpose of the allocation policy, the facility allocation policy, this policy is really intended to provide a fair and consistent process for how we allocate our athletic sports fields, our indoor facilities, and other athletic facilities that are owned and operated by the City of Corona to youth sports organizations. And we've had an existing policy. It was originally adopted in March of 2011. Within that existing policy, we identify the different user group classifications, which include the internal use groups such as the city, the local school district, or other government entities. We also have a group for local nonprofit organizations, as well as individual resident groups and for-profit groups. The current policy outlines the current allocation process for applying for any field allocations and the city's procedure for allocating fields, and it establishes rules and regulations for field usage. So the challenge is that this policy has not been updated in about 13 years. It has served us well in the past, but there are some provisions in there that are just no longer relevant. They're not being utilized, and it's no longer meeting the needs of the city or the sports organizations. So we've decided to revisit it and make some updates. Some of the reasons for these updates are the level of competition has really expanded. So back in the day when the policy was first adopted, we primarily had the traditional youth sports groups, such as the Little Leagues, the AYSO. But over the years, it's really grown where we're starting to see a lot more competitive groups. We're seeing more club teams, travel teams that are also asking for field allocations. And we don't really have anything built into the existing policy to be able to differentiate between those two groups. So we've decided to take a look at that with the cleanup. We also have some things that we need to clarify in terms of which groups truly get priority. The current policy right now kind of loosely states some different prioritization groups, but we've had some changes over the years, including with our co-sponsorship program and their request to utilize fields for some of their events and where that falls within the level of prioritization. So we've evaluated that with this cleanup as well. We also are just seeing a sheer volume increase in the number of groups. We've got many groups that are contacting us throughout the year that are asking for field usage. And we don't really have a clear schedule right now in terms of like what the timelines are, when you need to get your allocation packet in. So through this revision, we've been able to really take a look at that, where if we're getting, 20, 30 groups that are reaching out to us, we are able to kind of streamline that. So we have to get their requests at a certain time of year, and then we're able to allocate the fields fairly based off of those timelines. And then, of course, at the end of the day, we don't have enough facilities to keep up with the demand, right? So we only have so many fields, and then within that, so many lighted fields. So we need to make sure that the process that we have outlined is very fair and it's consistent, and that we're giving all of these groups the opportunity to be able to have access to these fields based off of their group user type. So the solution, to address these challenges, we've revised and essentially rewritten the policy with changes that help ensure that the groups have fair and equitable access to these athletic fields. These changes prioritize community programs that are hosted or sponsored by the City of Corona. This includes the co-sponsorships now. So co-sponsorship events now fall under the Group 1, which is the highest priority user groups. We consider and evaluate those first and foremost as we're starting to build out our allocation process, and then we get into the other sub-user groups later on down the line. We also are establishing these firm deadlines now for submitting the allocation packet, and we're basing our allocations on participation rates. So we're no longer going to be allowing leagues to come in and say, I want to reserve this entire park because I've always had this park and I've always had all of these fields, even if their numbers are no longer justifying the use of all of those fields. So as they're submitting their allocation packets, we're now requiring them to submit rosters, the actual number of participants, so we're able to then make the allocations based off of that actual need. And then again, we're going to be updating our facility rules to address user challenges that we've seen over the last few years, and then ensure that there is responsible use of facilities by these groups. So this slide, excuse me, is addressing the specifics within the policy that we are outlining with this cleanup. So as I mentioned, we have our group priority classification groups that we are kind of cleaning up a little. So again, Group 1 is City of Corona and other government uses, including our co-sponsorship programs. Right now, those events and activities are allocated first. Then we get into the Group 2, which is our resident recreational nonprofit groups, or the Everyone Plays groups. So these are the groups that are requesting field space, not based off of player ability or player need. Anybody can sign up for these youth groups and play sports. They require each participant on the team to be able to have a certain amount of playing time. There's no tryouts or anything that are required in order to be able to make the team. So again, these are like the little leagues, the AYSOs, the groups that allow all of the kids to play. Next, we get into Group 3 on the prioritization scale, and these are now the more competitive teams. So the travel teams, the elite teams, the club teams, these, again, are still going to have access to fields, but they're going to be getting the surplus fields after we allocate first to the city co-sponsorship and then the Everyone Plays groups. Then Group 4 is our resident for-profit use groups. So these are just maybe one-off uses, individuals that might want to do, a game of play for the day, but they're not using these fields on a recurring basis for organized league use. And then the last one is the non-resident use for teams or organizations that are not residents of the city of Corona. For the allocation process, so I mentioned
Just
one
really
of
quick, just
Yes,
just wanted to make sure I understand this. So the Group 3 would be the travel ball and everything else, and so the idea is that they would get what was left over. However, are we monitoring the use? Because I know I get a call, and she's probably listening, but I got a call from a resident yesterday that said that she got denied. She's part of a travel ball team. She got denied field use because there wasn't capacity or there wasn't room. But she drives around and she sees a field with a light on and there's nobody on it. Even though she understands it's being paid for, she's like, I feel like I'm being told no and there's no one that's watching. So will this policy change fix that, or is there a mechanism to fix that?
So we have been doing our best to try and monitor and audit the usage. We have our staff that goes out that works specifically on field allocations, and they've been going out to do random audits to make sure that the teams are using the fields when they have the fields reserved. Our park rangers also have the permits with them every day. So when they are seeing that teams are out and reserving group or fields, that they actually have access to it. We can't monitor every single field for every single reservation, but we do have a system in place to be able to try and make sure that those fields are being utilized. And it is also within the policy as one of the rules and regulations that the teams do let us know when they have unused fields, that they are required to now give those up as part of the allocation
Okay, which would
process.
probably make them not want to tell you, so they don't want to give them up. But that's another problem. So I like that. I think that's great. I only see the timing of the roster versus the allocation. As in someone who sat on a little league or on a pony board or on one of these boards, registration doesn't always come in smooth. People don't sign up a year ahead of time. Sometimes people are signing up the last possible day. So if we're having a field allocation meeting for baseball or for football or soccer, is that timing going to be an issue? How are you going to measure that timing?
So one of the things that we are recommending is that this policy does not go into effect until January 1st, which would then apply to the fall allocation process with the June 15th deadline. This is going to give the leagues more than enough time to adjust their registration dates, where they can now have registration open and close in time to be able to then turn around and process those numbers and then give us their final participant counts and their rough draft rosters by the deadline. And then if they have any cleanup to the actual rosters, maybe they're switching a couple of kids around per team, they can get us their final rosters. I think it says 1 week prior to the start of the season. But they should at least have registration closed and full participation numbers by the time they're submitting those allocation packets.
Okay, and has that been told to the leagues for gotten their feedback? Are they good with that timeline?
We shared the policy, the draft policy with them a few weeks ago. We told them that the deadlines was an essential component to this policy. It's one of the primary drivers why we're making these cleanup efforts. And we have not received any feedback that any of the leagues feel they can't meet those deadlines.
Do we
As
know?
long as they have sufficient time to be able to adjust their registration.
Do you know how? Because I agree. Parents, it's a long buffer time. Do you know currently or when you were on the
In
league?
years, but I would say for spring ball, I remember we were taking registrations through February. And so now if it's done for October, a lot of parents, and then if I'm a parent, I'm not going to pay my registration in November for spring ball because I may not have the money because it's Christmas time coming up. And so I'm a little bit concerned that they didn't give you any feedback. I mean, I'd want to ask like an acknowledgement. Okay, do you understand what we're asking you? Because from a process standpoint, I don't know if that's going to be doable, because I'm telling you, like from when my kids were little, there was where I'm looking at, I had 4 kids that were playing, AYSO and 3 kids that were playing, or 4 kids that were playing baseball or softball, and I'm having to fork up, $6,000-$8,000 right before Christmas time, and it wasn't going to happen. I had to wait until
And
March.
I'm just thinking process-wise, it's just like the timing of it all. I don't think, I mean, it's wonderful and I'd love to live my life that way, but I like thinking about what kids' activities are going to be 6 months from now. It's not realistic in my world. So I don't know how many parents work that way. But I agree that we need to find a space to systematize and allocate the field. So we need to set a deadline. It just seems really ambitious. And if we haven't gotten feedback from the groups on when their registration ends, I think there's going to be an issue there.
We can go back out to the groups to make sure that they are comfortable with these deadlines. We did share it with them. We didn't get any negative feedback on the timelines, but we can revisit that if that's something that
Okay,
the council would
because they
like
may
to see.
just think, yeah, we're going to say we're going to have 1,200 kids.
Right. They're going to
then-
estimate.
Yeah, they're going to estimate, but to actually provide rosters and names, I mean, that's the first thing that caught my eye, because I remember specifically not registering my kids until February a couple times because we didn't have the money.
And that's where we're having the challenges now, is we've got some leagues that are getting us all of the information that we ask for right when we need it. And then we've got other leagues that are keeping their rosters open for an extra month.
Yeah.
And some of them may be doing it to try and get overflow kids that didn't get into other leagues because they had to close their registration to give us the information that we're requesting to be able to then make the field allocations. So sometimes we're allocating fields up to a week before their season starts because we have no clear deadlines on when they need to all get us their information so we can then make the allocations fairly.
So thinking about the issue that Councilmember Speak had said about like over allocation, right? Because I can anticipate being like, okay, well, we're going to get this like overestimating to secure the fields. And could there be a second deadline? Because I feel like there has to be something of a disincentive to overbook. But also, I recognize the need for estimations earlier on so that you can set plans in motion. To say I'm the league and I say I'm going to need 10 fields, but in reality I end up needing 8. When it comes to there should be another deadline for me to like release them. Otherwise, there can be like a penalty to me holding on to those 2 extras so that group 3 can have access to those 2 that were excess. Some sort of mechanism within the policy that essentially like
Allows a give back.
allows the give back or penalizes the holding on to it.
Because I think also that comes into, and I've heard complaints from both the baseball groups and AYSO that, they don't want to practice next to a travel ball team because then their better kids or parents are kind of lured away. And they're like, well, we don't AYSO, they don't want to have a travel soccer team set up right next to one of their practices or we're playing a game because then you have the kids that go, oh, I want to go play over there, Mom, Dad. and then it decimates those leagues over time, and they get kind of leached out. I don't know what the solution is to that. It's a tough one, but it is, but it's one of those things where we're going to hear it. So I just wanted to bring it up to make sure.
So as a parent that's currently dealing with this not the travel, but with signups and whatnot, I've always felt that the sign-up period has been adequate. I mean, we signed up for fall ball, which we're in right now, and I think the application was 2 months out. And we know that if we're going to play spring ball, we have an application deadline as well. I don't think that it's on the city to fix all of their deadline issues other than to have a deadline so that they could plan, the leagues can plan. I think I think that it's caused havoc because they've extended these deadlines and they've just said, okay, well, if you get a couple more or something along those lines, these changes to me look like it might be a little difficult for the year, but then ultimately it will give the leagues hard, fast deadlines that they could work with, because we can't fix all of the problems. But if we give them deadlines that allow our staff to equitably and give out the field allocations appropriately, it's going to help those leagues because they're not going to have overusage. We'll be able to have the right amount of fields, et cetera, et cetera. I think we have to make some kind of hard policy decisions in order to get the most amount of kids going. I'm sensitive to having to sign up because it's not cheap to put a bunch of kids in sports, but not really fair for all of the leagues if we're holding up for one or two that are extending deadlines based on a couple of different things. We can't fix their business operations.
But you have people that can't afford it. I mean, so we're penalizing people that can't afford it.
Donna, are there a lot of fields that sit empty now because of overbooking, or is it not really a problem?
We are seeing fields that are sitting empty, yes.
Okay, then yeah, I would think we need to put a system in place where we start eliminating that.
But your system can't exacerbate the problem. So 2 months prior to the sign up makes a lot of sense for parents. 6 months prior is a long time. Or when is this, right? June 15 for fall, winter? How much of a lead time is
So
that?
usually fall for baseball, I can speak for baseball, fall starts in August.
Okay.
So we start
that's-
playing in August. It's about 2 months out.
That is 2 months out. Okay, so then, and the December 15th, that would be 2 months out before spring, summer?
Start January, February with spring.
And I just don't know how to do math. Then that makes sense. Okay.
That's when practices start, and then the actual season usually starts in spring and then in.
So we're setting firm deadlines 2, maybe 3 months
2.5
before
months.
the season.
For
Okay,
baseball, at least.
that
And I
makes
think
sense to
soccer
me.
is similar too.
I retract my comments. That makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Sylvia, let the record show that Jackie's retracted her comments.
I think though that these changes, because in here it says, June 15th is the deadline. I think that this is just that first year of this revision of the policy, right? We're giving them 6 months to let them know they're going to be on a deadline starting in June. So I think, like I said, this might cause some strife for the first year, but after that, once we have our policies in place, they will be able to plan accordingly.
Okay. Were you done, Donna, or do you want to keep
I
going?
was not done, but I can continue.
No, have at it.
Thank you.
Fire
Okay.
will.
Yeah, so we talked about the deadlines under image number 2. We also are requiring in the new policy that all allocation packets have to be fully complete. And we are outlining the documents that need to be part of those packets, including the participation counts, rosters, nonprofit status, proof of insurance. Those are things sometimes that we are not getting with the allocation packets. So in order for the packet to be complete, that has to all be included. And then again, making sure that allocations are based on participation counts that are documented in their application. We also are clarifying the facility use permit process. So all groups that are submitting their allocation requests must receive a permit in order to be able to use the field. These rates for the permit are based off of the hourly rate in the master fee recovery schedule. And we specify that groups cannot sublet their permit to another group. So it has to be the actual group that is applying for the permit that is using the field.
I was just going to say, because I got a call from someone that said that they had someone that reserved a field for 6 hours or 5 hours, and they're not going to use it that long, and said, yeah, you can, but the city said no. And I said, why are you calling the city? Just do it. But anyway, they called and were told that they wouldn't, that even if they wanted to release the field back to the city would not let their team use it because of capacity. So I asked them to call and speak with you and see if we can figure out what that was. So
Excuse me. Okay, we also are clarifying and updating some of our rules for the use of the athletic facilities. So just our general rules, that pertains to that the use must be consistent with the design of the field. So if it's a baseball field that's being reserved, we want to make sure that it's baseball that's being played on that field, that all of the groups comply with the CMC. Time frame for games and practices must be between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. So those are the types of things that we're kind of cleaning up and clarifying in the general athletic facility rules. Also, for lighting use and responsibilities, it clarifies that the use, scheduling, and payment of lights on the fields is the responsibility of the leagues. They have access to the system, and they are billed for those specific lighting hours. We also get into the use of PA systems. Those are permitted only for certain activities, but leagues cannot be on the PA doing play-by-play announcements. Those type of activities can be disruptive to the surrounding neighborhood, so we're creating specific requirements on the use of PA systems. Any signs and banners that are displayed throughout the fields for sponsorships need to be run through and approved by the city. We have a separate policy for signs and bannership, or signs and banner display, and we are going to be referring to that policy as it pertains to any displaying of banners. Also, for storage and concession facilities, a separate permit is required for concessions, and the leagues are required to get that permit in order to be able to utilize that, and then also the responsibility for making sure that equipment is operated properly also is clarified within that section of the policy. Any security issues within the fields, the city does reserve the right to be able to require leagues to provide security if we deem that it's necessary. So we do outline that within the policy as well. And then traffic and parking, we want to make sure that any impacts on parking to the surrounding neighborhood are minimized to the greatest extent possible. The leagues are using the designated parking lots for that specific park, and then if they have to park outside of there, that they're using the designated parking areas and not parking illegally. For maintenance and upkeep, we're outlining what the responsibilities are for the city. So city is responsible for all of the general maintenance activities, and then the facility users are responsible for kind of the general daily upkeep of the fields, keeping the fields clear of any trash or debris, prepping the fields, dragging the fields, doing the proper striping and lining for their games, and then for soccer, installing the goalposts. And then the city would reserve the right to be able to cancel the facility use if it's deemed unsafe, if we have weather conditions, or if there's any risk of substantial damage to the fields based off of current weather conditions. So if we've had a week of rain and it hasn't been raining for a day or two, but those fields are saturated and play on that field is going to really damage and tear those fields up, we do still reserve the right to be able to cancel play and practice during that time. And then we also have a very clear process that outlines any type of violations that could occur. So any false documents that are submitted through the allocation packet and process are considered a violation of the policy. Any use of fields that are closed, any failure to return unused fields for reallocation, kind of getting back to what we were discussing earlier, that is outlined as a clear violation of the policy. And then holding fields or blocking other groups from using fields is also a violation. And then in addition to outlining those violations, there's also now a disciplinary process, which is a progressive disciplinary process that starts with a warning and goes all the way up to suspension of using the fields for up to 3 months, or losing their priority classification when it comes to the allocation process. So timeline, we did bring this policy to the Parks and Recreation Commission on September 17th. The commission provided feedback and recommended the policy for approval to the City Council. So we're bringing it and introducing it here today for the workshop, and then collecting any feedback, and then we will bring it back hopefully next month for final adoption, and the policy would take effect on January 1st of 2025. So again, our ask is that the City Council review and provide feedback on the policy, and I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Donna. Wes, do you
I was just going to say, are we going to talk later about the cost Thank you.
We are,
today.
yes.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
not today, but we,
Okay,
yes,
thank
that
you.
will be discussed at a future
I
meeting.
just wanted to make sure I said it out loud. Thank you.
Do you want to retract your comments? Okay, just checking. It will be. All right, does anybody have any questions? Sylvia, I see Joe. Joe, you wanna speak?
Good morning. So having sat through the original process that is now unclear, it wasn't unclear before, it was supposed to be, I guess if you want to use the stilted words, it was supposed to be unfair to the travel teams. It was supposed to be unfair in terms of the teams that perform the same functions as the city would if they were running soccer. It's supposed to be that way. There's supposed to be a bias in terms of ASO and all the all-play leagues. It's supposed to be that way. And in terms of them overbooking fields, it's just wild that, well, yeah, of course, yeah, there's empty fields. So where's the data? I mean, where's the actual information? There's, saying that there was a field or we noticed one is it's low rent. That's really low rent, and in concert with the fee hike, you're basically going to put the all-comer leagues out of business. The volunteer, nonprofit, basically they operate on a $5,000 budget and spend $6,000 on a $5,000 budget. So, in terms of, I sat here and watched the travel leagues and the elite leagues going, charge us $50, charge us $75 an hour. We don't care. We just want fields. I get that. I get that. But, there's also other options for them too. They can go to other fields and rent facilities. They can go rent facilities from the school district because they've got the money for it. So, it's I guess it's kind of indicative of how we're doing business nowadays. You want to push the YMCA out, you want to push ASO out. Yeah, I get it. You have your own particular biases from your own background, but that's not how we've done business here in Corona before. I don't expect you to know that because you weren't here, but we shouldn't be doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Okay. Does Tony?
I don't, I'm a little confused by that last statement. I mean, I think the group priority classification was very clear, where we're giving priority to, it even spells it out here, Group 1, City of Corona and other government use, including co-sponsorships, resident, recreational. I think we're giving the priority to the kids and the organizations within the city that provide those services. What we are asking for in return is to help us with their deadlines and whatnot. So to your point, it's actually the opposite. What we're doing is we're trying to give as much access as we can to the groups that are everybody plays, that are part of the city, and we're asking, in order to do that, help us with some of the scheduling by getting your deadlines in set. So I guess I don't understand that comment, but the way that I interpret it, and I could be wrong, but the way I interpret it is we're doing everything that we can to ensure that those groups that are low income or that are providing for everybody plays are getting priority. Do I understand that correctly? Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
And if I can just add, where we're seeing the most challenge of not being able to distribute the fields properly is within those Group 2 teams. Those are our largest teams. We have the most players there. And that's where we're seeing a lot of growth within teams within that same classification. It's not the travel ball teams that are pushing out the ASOs and the little leagues. It's the leagues within the same sport in the same classification that are growing. Other leagues are shrinking, and we're trying to figure out a way to balance the allocation of fields for those priority 2 groups.
I think a good example we talked about earlier is Corona National is maybe losing players to Corona Pony, but they're in the same group.
That's correct.
So if one is taking players from the other, and now Corona Pony has 800 kids versus having 200 last season or something, that's where the growth is. And so we're recognizing that internally, they're still in the same group.
That's correct. They're both recreational, everyone plays groups.
Okay, I'm all for everybody plays. I don't think I would have been good at sports if everybody didn't play. With that, we're gonna move on to, Sylvia, there are no other speaker cards, right? Just one.
We do not have any more speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay. With that, we're gonna move on to mobile home rent stabilization. It's gonna be Cynthia Lara, the Community Assistance Manager. She will provide a presentation on the rent stabilization ordinance. And I think she has help.
All right, Mayor, thank you for having us this afternoon or this morning. So today we have Cynthia Lara as well as Dominique from our consulting firm, RSG, that are going to be presenting their findings from the rent stabilization ordinance. So as the council remembers, back in the fall policy workshop of 2023, we presented to the council the feasibility of being able to implement a rent stabilization ordinance in the city. One of the things that we looked at was, is there really a legitimate government interest in order for us to be able to implement a rent stabilization ordinance? And the findings showed that there was. So at that time, the council directed staff to go back and start the preparation of an ordinance for mobile home rent stabilization. And over the past year, Cynthia and RSG have been working on that ordinance. They've been researching other agencies that have mobile home rent stabilization ordinances, identifying best practices. And they're bringing that information here for you today to be able to start digging into kind of the meat of what our ordinance could look like here in Corona. We have several areas within the ordinance that we're going to be asking for specific feedback on, as well as just kind of the overall level of implementation that you would like us to do as we start to move forward with this program. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Cynthia. She's going to present the information, and then we will be asking for your feedback at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Donna. So the ask will be that to give us your insight in your direction and your feedback on the 9 principal components that we found to be essential for an ordinance, as well as the approach. Do we want to take a reactive complaint-based approach, or do we want to have a proactive program? So based upon that direction that I get from the council today, we will then ask for your direction once again to proceed with crafting that ordinance and all the other things that come along with an ordinance, which is program guidelines, applications, and forms, and also, depending on the direction we get today, potentially some fee studies that may be necessary to determine any kind of cost recovery the council may ask us to look into. So quickly, just going to start off with some basic background that I think you're all very familiar with, so I will try to be very brief here. How did rent stabilization come to the city of Corona? It came about 8 years ago when some mobile home residents were subject to a sale of property that then increased their space rents, and so they did petition a council back then for rent stabilization. That did not pass. There was some mediation that took place instead. And again, we had an inflation period after COVID, after the pandemic, that also then led to some rent increases above what the general increases were, somewhere about 3 to 5% would be the average rent increase. But it exceeded that because our CPI here in our region was very high, one of the highest in the nation. So that's what brought the subject matter back to you. As Donna already explained, we were directed to determine, does a legitimate government interest exist to support a local rent stabilization? We found that it did. You directed us to proceed. So then for the last 6 months, RSG has been assisting me in looking for some of the best practices that are out there, some of the best ordinances that we have out there in order to craft our ordinance. Mobile homes are regulated by the state, at the state level. And they're regulated by the mobile home residency law that is enforced by the Housing and Community Development Department at the state level. So there is a distinct difference between a single-family dwelling condo and townhouse versus a mobile home park, just by the virtue of how it is regulated. So again, they are regulated at a state level. They handle all aspects of mobile home. But what they don't do under this residency law is they do not limit space rents. They don't regulate that. But they also don't prohibit from local agencies creating their own local rent stabilization programs. There has been also sometimes there's a little confusion between what existing rent state laws are out there versus mobile homes. There are a couple, as listed in this slide. There's that 95 Costa-Hawkins, and then the more recent 2020 tenant protections that came into effect. These are two existing laws that do not provide rent stabilization for mobile home parks. It does not. They have tried. The state has tried. However, it's been litigated, and those laws have not proceeded for reasons. And so next, just a quick little overview of what rent stabilization is and isn't. Rent stabilization will not assume HCD's regulatory authority. They will our HCD department will continue to oversee the regulations of mobile home parks. However, if a rent stabilization ordinance is crafted locally, then we will be able to regulate those space rent increases. If, and we must provide an opportunity for mobile home rent owners to realize a fair return on their investment. So that has to be part of our ordinance. There's other components that can be added in our local ordinances, such as petition processes, and we will discuss that in more detail. But what we don't do is we don't overstep our authorities here. HCD will remain the authority. We will only execute and implement an ordinance as is outlined in our local implemented as is outlined in our local ordinance. So very focused maintenance, because often we will get calls like, oh, the maintenance is off, we have potholes, the pool isn't heated or what have you. We will not interfere with that type of, those type of landlord-tenant issues, only as it pertains to the ordinance. So if there's asking for a fair return or a capital improvement return, that would be a very narrow focus of how we would implement. The study. So RSG took a methodology that started a year ago, as you'll recall, and as Don explained, through the legitimate government interest process. We did that. That was an extensive analysis that we did first. The next step, at your direction, was then to look into ordinances that we have out there. So we did some peer review of 7 peer jurisdictions. In addition, because RSG has extensive experience in rent stabilization, they provide services to have provided services to about 10 other organizations out there with rent stabilization. We pulled from that information that they knew, but we focused our research on 7 jurisdictions. And so we pulled down information that was publicly available, analyzed it, then we conducted peer review interviews to confirm our findings and to also get their anecdotal information, what they see works from these ordinances, and what advice they had for us for better business practices. So it was an extensive review that we did independently, and then we got their feedback as well. That led us to what we have here as our 4 key takeaways from that research. We, when it comes to dealing with residents and owners, they say a balanced approach is the best approach, right? And so we hope that our recommendations provide a balanced approach, and you see that it does. Also to engage them, and we did engage them when we did that study, that analysis last year, and we do plan on engaging them as we move forward with this program in the future. So, and then maintain the communication, and that's done obviously through the administration of a program. It all depends on how much effort you put into a program. So again, do you want to be complaint-based, reactive, or do you want to be proactive? Then there's the administration. There's always costs associated with programs, and so we will discuss some options here with you today on that. The policies, clear, concise, easy-to-read policy. That was one of the anecdotal pieces of information we received from other agencies. They said, make it clear, make it easy to read. And so to that, I've been working with legal, with Jamie over there in the legal team, and we'll continue to work with them to make sure we craft very concise and clear and easy to read language. And lastly, compliance. How do we implement it? And will there be penalties for any violation of the ordinance? So again, we will address this slide by slide. We're going to have 9 slides for each component with options within them in a recommendation. So lastly, the pros and cons before we get to the discussion on the components. And the pros and cons, truly just have to do with the pro, I think parity, right? At the state level, we have the tenant protection law, but it exempts mobile home parks. So now it's up to you to decide, do we want to create parity in this rent stabilization that we have at the state level, but that exempts our local mobile home parks? I believe it creates parity if we do that. It creates also a neutral party to enforce this rent stabilization program. And there are some cons. I don't necessarily see technical expertise as a con, but you do need to invest in that. If we're going to have a program, then we need either to have a resident expert on this administering the program, or a combination of a resident expert with some consulting services to assist. There is the chance that because you have a rent stabilization program, that now where they might have not increased it annually, they can, because it'll be crafted where annually they're allowed to do that. And so some mobile home parks may opt now to do annual increases. So those are just a few pros and cons of a rent stabilization program. So I am getting ready to hand it over now to Dominique Clark with RSG, who did a lot of work on this. And what we'll do is we'll go through each slide. We'll do a summary of each slide, and then we'll come back to you for some specific discussion on each slide. So we just want to provide the information first, give you some time to digest, and then we'll come back.
Morning. Thank you, Cynthia. Okay, so like Cynthia said, my name is Dominique Clark. I'm with RSG. We're a consulting firm, and we spoke to 7 jurisdictions about their programs to kind of learn from their mistakes and also what they do well. And then RSG also works in several communities in Southern California, helping them implement their programs. I personally help with a lot of those, so we're excited to get into this today. So as Cynthia said, we have 9 primary questions that we're going to be raising. Of course, when you're implementing a new program, there's a lot of questions. So we tried to boil them down to just 9 high-level questions. And then I think the other more detailed, nitty-gritty implementation questions will be easier to answer once we have these 9 big questions answered. So some of them take a little bit of time to explain. Some of them are really quick to explain, but I'll try to go through each one. So the first question is, how much will you allow mobile home park owners to increase the rent each year? And so as we all know, inflation affects everybody, including mobile home park owners. Every year, it typically gets more and more expensive to operate a mobile home park. So we want to make sure that we are allowing them to increase the rents to keep up with inflation, but also you want to protect the residents from excessive rent increases, especially because they are particularly vulnerable since they own their mobile homes. So they're disincentivized to move even when they're facing large rent increases. So that's the balance that we're trying to get to. So we call these inflationary rent limits. So you're limiting how much they can increase the rent, but you're still allowing owners to increase the rent to keep up with inflation. And there's many ways to do this. The top 3 ways are listed here. So one way is to announce each year how much owners can increase the rent. And you can tie it to how much inflation has gone up in the last year. Thankfully, we have the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, which is the federal government's measurement of inflation, and they have it for the LA region specifically. So that data is very easy to get. Even with this option, of the jurisdictions that choose this option, there's 2 ways to do it. Some jurisdictions say, if the inflation went up 5% this year, owners can increase the rent 5%. It's easy peasy. And then in some communities, they say you can only increase the rent 75% of inflation, or 80 or 90%. They choose a percentage. And the reason for that is the Consumer Price Index measures the cost of all goods going up. And some of those goods may not affect renting a park. So for example, cost of groceries are going up, but that doesn't affect a park. So that's the decision that they make there. A second option is to instead have a maximum amount or percentage that the rent can go up each year. So then it doesn't change from year to year like it does with CPI. It's the same amount each year. So you might say you can increase the rents up to 5% each year, or 10%, or whatever percentage you choose, or a dollar amount. And then the third option is a combination of both. And that is to tie it to the inflation, either 100% or a portion, but then still have a cap. So that way, if there's a year with extraordinary inflation, you're protecting the residents from getting hit with huge rent increase. So what staff recommendation for inflationary rent limits is to do that last approach, which is to limit the inflationary rent increases to 75% of the CPI, the change in CPI over the last year, whatever that is, but then capped at 10%. So then the residents would know, even in years of extraordinarily high inflation, your rent's not going to go up more than 10% each year. And then I should say that 10% was chosen to mirror, like Cynthia said, the state law for other rentals under the Tenant Protection Act. So typical rental units, their rent can only be increased up to 10%. However, there's a lot of exemptions to that state law, including mobile home parks. So it's just to kind of give them the same protection that the typical rental units have.
Really quick before you go past that slide. So limiting it to 75%, does that open up the city for litigation, possibility with an owner that says, I can show that my costs have went up 10%, and you're limiting me to, okay, fine, 10% is the max, but if you're only allowing me to go to 7.5, and I can show that I've done more, aren't you harming me?
That's a really good question, and we'll talk about it more later, but what I will say is for every jurisdiction that has a local rent stabilization program like this, you have to have a process by which they can request a higher rent increase if they can prove that they're not earning a fair return on their investment, which I think is to your point.
Yes.
So we'd have to have that. That's their constitutional right.
Okay,
So
thanks.
They can release their tax documents, right? And it'll show they're making a ton of money. Cool. I have a question for you.
Sure.
For staff recommendation, limit annual inflationary rent increases to 75% of change in CPI, but capped at 10%. But then when you go over to page 6 in the study, and everybody's capping at 3%, 5%, Riverside's thinking about 3%. So why wouldn't we follow in line with that?
That's a very good question. Staff recommended 10% just to mirror the state law for other rentals, but City Council obviously can choose a different percentage based on what you believe is the best for the community.
So do we have that conversation now or later?
I think later we're going to come back and go through all of them again and open up the discussion, but
Okay,
I
fair
mean, I
enough.
defer to you, of course.
Just
okay.
so I don't have to retract anything, I'm good at 3% on the cap, but keep going.
Okay. So then the next big question is, when a household moves out of a space and a new household moves in, will you allow the park owner to increase the rent for that new household? And if so, how much can they increase the rent? So this issue is vacancy control, is what it's called. And so there's different approaches to this. So some communities say that when the new household comes in, the owner cannot increase the rent at all. So that's considered full vacancy control. So they have to wait until they increase the rents for everybody, and according to the inflationary rent limits, to increase that person's rent. Another approach is to say that when the new household comes in, the owner can increase the rent, but they're limited as far as how much they can increase the rent, either by a percentage or a dollar amount, or maybe they look at the average of the rents in the park and they can get it up to that average. There's different ways to do it, but that's a more balanced approach. And then the last approach is to have vacancy decontrol, which means once someone new comes in, the owner can increase the rent to whatever they want to try to get closer to market levels. So basically they can charge as high as someone's willing to pay. So there's pros and cons of each approach. Having vacancy control allows the mobile home parks to stay affordable for a long period of time, and it allows the rents to be much lower than market rent. But then you have the issue of owners feeling like they're not making a fair return on their investment. So that's the downside of that. And then if you don't have vacancy control, then eventually over time, the rents are just going to keep increasing, obviously. So what staff is recommending here is the second approach, which is a more balanced approach of having vacancy control and allowing the owners to increase the rent up to 10% when a new household comes in. But that's just another 10% is thrown out there, and City Council could determine a different percentage, whether higher or lower. So question number 3 is, in what circumstances would you allow owners to request an increase higher than what is allowed in the ordinance? So as I mentioned earlier, you have to have a process by which they can come in and say, your rent increase limits are preventing me from earning a fair return on my investment, which is unconstitutional. So I'm submitting a petition. I'm willing to show you my books and show you that my profit is going down or is not as high as it used to be when you account for inflation. And that's called a fair return petition. So that one we have to have. So we're not going to focus too much on that one because that's required. So we're going to focus on the 3 petitions that are optional in communities with a rent stabilization ordinance. So the first one is a capital improvement petition. So this is when an owner puts in a new amenity in the park or they rehabilitate an amenity in the park. So for example, if there's no pool in a park and then they add a pool, that would count as capital improvement. Or if there was a pool and they completely rehabilitate the pool area so it looks like brand new. So not if they're just doing, replacing tiles or something like that, that's just regular operations. But if it's a major new improvement to the park, then they can pass through that rent as a rent increase, the cost of that expense. These are temporary just until they get reimbursed for how much they paid. So it's almost like a CFD in which everyone who's benefiting from it then is sharing in the expense of it. So that's one type of petition that you could have. A second type is what we call CPI petitions, which is also submitted by park owners. So not all jurisdictions have this, but some jurisdictions really want to keep tabs and make sure that owners are complying with the inflationary rent limits in their ordinance. And so they use a CPI petition to do this. So they're saying even when an owner, to give you an example, if inflation went up 5%, and so the owners can increase their rents 5% that year in the jurisdiction, that jurisdiction might say you still need to come to the city and get approval to increase the rents 5%, even though you're doing what's within our ordinance, because we want to make sure that you do it correctly. Because a lot of times there are miscalculations or people misinterpret the ordinance, so that prevents that from happening. And then the last type of petition is a resident petition. So unlike the other ones, this one is submitted by residents who believe that they deserve a rent decrease or that their rent should be frozen, at least should not be increased because of a very specific reason. So it might be because they used to be provided an amenity. I think of it for apartment rent stabilization, a common one is they were provided a garage originally, and then the owner took away their garage because they converted it to another use. So they're saying, okay, I used to have a garage, I no longer have that, so my rent should be decreased because of that. So that's an example of a resident petition. And what staff is recommending is that we include all of these petition options. Again, getting back to the theme of we want to create a balanced program. So we want the owners to be able to come in and request increases that they feel are necessary, and we also want residents to be able to submit petitions if they believe a rent decrease is necessary.
In regards to the resident petitions, do we have a very clearly defined list of what would be allowable for a petition?
Yes, we do have best practices based on what other communities do, and then the council could decide which one of those you think would warrant a resident petition.
Okay.
And then, sorry.
No,
For
please.
the resident petition, aside from a clear list, are there clear instructions for not just the residents, but the owners on what they have to do in order to submit this petition? It's like,
Yes, that would be all a part of establishing the program. It would probably be good to have program guidelines where you can be very specific about what is required for each type of petition and the process, the deadlines by which the city has to respond and make a determination on the petition, et cetera. And I should also say that a fee study would be very helpful to figure out how much the petition fees should be. Okay, so the next question is related to petitions who is going to pay for all this time that's spent processing these petitions? And so a lot of jurisdictions charge a fee to make sure that they are not bearing the burden of this, the administrative costs. And so there's multiple ways to do this. So one is to have an annual registration fee, which we'll talk about a little bit more later. But basically you charge an annual fee to the park owners to help cover the cost of the program. And then in that fee, you could include a buffer to account for the understanding that you're going to receive petitions from time to time. And so that way, when somebody submits a petition, they don't have to pay a fee because it's already built into the annual registry fee. That's one option. Another option is to not do that first approach, and instead, when someone submits a petition, they have to also pay a fee to cover the cost. And then finally, some jurisdictions don't charge a fee, which means that their jurisdiction bears the cost of it. If you do charge a fee, you have to think about how much of the fee can be passed through to residents versus not, and different jurisdictions do that very different ways. What staff is recommending here is that we do charge a fee to people who are submitting a petition, and then we allow 50% of the petition fee to be passed through to the residents.
How would that work with a resident petition?
That's a very good question. So different jurisdictions do it differently. Some jurisdictions don't charge a petition fee for resident petitions because they don't want to dissuade residents from issuing their complaints. And then some charge a nominal fee. Another option is you could charge a fee and say, if we agree with the resident, then we will reimburse them the fee. And if we find that their complaint was unwarranted, then we won't reimburse them. So that's another way to build in some incentives. So now the next question is about oversight and petition authority. So the question here is who will make the final determination on the petition? So one option is to retain a hearing officer, which is typically a former judge or at least a former attorney who will look at the case and they will make a decision. I would say the upside of this is that you're dealing with somebody who has a legal background and you're bringing in a third party, so it kind of adds it removes some of the bias in the situation. A downside of it is it can be difficult to find hearing officers. It can be expensive. They charge by the hour, so it's something to think about. A second option is to have a board, create a board or commission whose sole purpose is to review petitions. So you can either create a board or you could have the city council serve as a board. Either approach comes with pros and cons. The biggest upside, I would say, is that these people are in the community, so they know the community well. A downside of putting it on the city council is city council already has so much on their plate, so it's adding a lot more there. A downside of creating a board just for this purpose is they don't need to meet very often since they only meet when petitions are submitted. And so it can be really hard to keep them engaged when you're not meeting on a month-to-month basis or bi-weekly or anything like that. And so there can be a lot of turnover between meeting to meeting, and so you're constantly training them. So that can be a real difficulty. And then the final option is to put the petition authority with program staff. So that could be a director, it could be a city manager, jurisdictions do it different ways. What staff is recommending here is to have program staff as the oversight and petition authority with the support of consultants, because it can be very timely, as you can imagine, processing these petitions and coming to a determination. And so it's helpful to have consultants come in for that if the cost is able to be recovered through petition fees. So it's something to consider there. So the next question is, when a petition determination is made, is that petition determination final, or can the party appeal the decision? So one option is to say that they can appeal and to have an internal process for that. Another option is to say they have to appeal to a hearing officer or some kind of third party. A third option is to say they cannot appeal, the decision is final, and the only way they can appeal is to go to the courts. And so what staff is recommending here is a blend of the first two options, which is to use the internal process that's established in the municipal code already, which is to bring in a hearing officer to weigh in on the decision. The next questions, this is question number 7, is how will you make sure that park owners comply with the ordinance? And there's different ways to do that. The most ironclad way to do it is to require them to register. And that means you're asking them to submit what are you charging each space, what's their rents, and when's the last time you increased their rents. You might ask them more questions like what's included in the rent, what costs are you charging in addition to the rent, like maybe utility costs, et cetera. And so there's different ways to do a registry. It's not required. A lot of jurisdictions don't have a registry. It depends, again, as Cynthia was saying, how proactive you want to be with compliance monitoring. So one option is to require owners to submit registration documents every single year. Another option is to have them do it initially when the program starts, so you get all the data, and then you have them update it maybe every 3 or 4 years, and then maybe update you whenever a new household moves in, particularly if you have vacancy control and you want to make sure that you're monitoring what they're charging the new household. Another option is to not have a rental registry. So what staff is recommending here is to do an initial rental registry when the program begins, and then require the updates every few years, require the updates upon turnover of spaces. And then between the registration years, you would have other tools to monitor compliance. So we talked about using the CPI petition, which means an owner will have to come in every time they increase the rents. So that's a good way to monitor the compliance there. And then also the city would do a lot of resident noticing to make sure all the residents are aware of the program and are aware of the maximum rents that they can be charged and their maximum rent increases. So that way they're empowered to come to the city if they feel like something is inaccurate or they're being overcharged. So the next question related to registration is who's going to pay for the cost of that registration? So again, this is where we get to the annual fees. So you can charge annual fees, and if you do charge them, you can decide how much of this do we want it to be passed through to the residents from 0% to 100%, or you can decide not to collect a registration fee, but then the city would be covering those costs. What staff is recommending here is to have an annual registration fee to help cover some of the costs, and then allow 50% of the residents, or 50% of the fees to be passed to residents. So again, we have that balanced approach, and people, both sides are sharing the costs between residents and owners, park owners. And then finally, number 9 is, what will you do if an owner does not comply with the ordinance? And so that's where penalties come into play. So you can have in the ordinance specific penalties. You can have a fixed fee for each penalty. You can have an escalator where if it's their 5th penalty, they have to pay more than their 1st penalty. Or you could not have any penalty specified in the ordinance and instead defer to your existing administrative citation process set forth in the municipal code. Staff is recommending that last approach since you do have an administrative citation process set forth. And then we also want to make sure that if an owner is found to be overcharging residents, they would have to repay that to the residents, and they'd have to pay them damages at 3 times of what they overcharged them. So those are the 9 primary questions. And then before we go through them again and hear from you as to your feedback, your questions, we wanted to talk about some general administrative considerations. So something that RSG has learned from both talking to jurisdictions about how their programs are run and whether they consider them successful or not, and then also just our experience helping communities implement these programs, is we find that programs tend to fall in the 2 buckets that Cynthia mentioned. So there's complaint-based programs and proactive programs. Complaint-based programs basically mean that they're not very active. So they may not have registration. They probably don't have a CPI petition process. They probably don't have vacancy control. They're not reaching out to the community, but they do have an ordinance in place. And then the onus is on the residents to come to the city and inform them if something seems to be out of compliance with the ordinance. So it's an approach. The upside of it is it saves a lot on cost. But obviously the downside of it is you can't really measure how effective the program is and how the compliance is or is not happening in the community. So we have a general cost estimate here for those type of programs at $85,000 to $100,000. I would say that's on the high end. If a community is not getting a lot of petitions, their costs can be much less than that even. So then on the other side is a proactive program where the community they do have a CPI petition process, they may have registration, et cetera, and they are very involved in trying to address issues before they become an issue, which requires a lot of time and cost, obviously. So these type of programs are more expensive. We have an estimated cost of $175,000 again. It's hard to say because it depends on how many petitions you receive. But you would probably need at least 1 full-time staff to be devoted to it, especially in the beginning, because it can take some time to kind of get it up and running. So then some last staffing considerations. How much staff you need really depends on the kind of program that you design. If you have registration, if you have a lot of those proactive tools, obviously you're going to need more staff or more consultants. Someone has to spend time administering all of that. And I would also say how much staff you need depends on the elements that you include in your program. So for example, if you decide to not have vacancy control and then allow owners to, whenever a new household moves in, they can increase the rent to whatever they would like, those communities tend to have less fair return petitions because the owners are able to slowly, over time, get closer to market rents. So that's something to think about, and that's why we wanted to present all 9 of the primary questions, because they all relate to each other and they all affect each other. And then something to keep in mind is that consultants are typically retained to process petitions because it is a lot of time, and then they can come in at any time. So a capital improvement petition can come in and somebody needs to spend maybe 20, 40 to 40 hours on it, and you don't want to burden the staff with that. So it's nice to have consultants there if you have the cost recovery. Although I will say for CPI petitions, those can become very quick to process. I know a community where they process it within 2 days, and we've trained their staff to do it, and so they're able to do it. So you don't have to do every petition the same way. You can do one way for the CPI petitions that are less cumbersome, maybe also for the resident petitions, and then have a different process for the more time-intensive petitions. And then just a reminder that it can take a while to kind of stabilize the program. At the beginning, there's going to be a lot of phone calls from residents and owners trying to understand what's going on. There's going to be a lot of outreach. But then over time, once everyone gets used to it, and once you have good noticing in place, so once somebody new moves in, they're informed of the program, eventually we see that the activity drops. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Cynthia.
So this just is the summary of those 9 principal components that Dominique just detailed for each of you. What we're going to do is, and maybe if you'd like me to go to the ask slide again, or just go back to the first component, which is the increase, and start discussing it, however you would like at this point to handle that.
Cynthia, I think we'd like to start with public comments first and go from there. So Sylvia, I'm assuming there's some great people here to speak today.
Mayor, yes, we have 6 speaker cards for this item, and the council also received an email, and the email will be part of the record.
Okay. Maddie, you want to kick us off?
Hi, Council. Again, I want to thank everybody that's been involved with all this information because it is overwhelming. I'm overwhelmed by all of it. And I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to say right now. I'm a 32-year resident of Corona, the last 8 years in a mobile home park. On Monday, I attended the City of Riverside's Housing and Homeless Committee on their RSO issue. We do, other than what has been presented here, we do have 2 other cities in Riverside County that do have RSO already implemented, that are the cities of Menifee and the city of Riverside. Riverside the other day was trying to determine the rates. It's a little different in the city of Riverside because they have a number of age-restricted mobile home parks, and my information is correct. I believe we only have 1 such in the city of Corona. The problem becomes nice that they're figuring out what the rate should be, and they're throwing around numbers of ceilings and floors. The problem becomes most of us that are on fixed incomes, 10% is a lot. And I have to be very honest that, as I've said in the past, my mobile home park has been pretty reasonable. I had signed a rent agreement that increases should be 3 to 7%, and I only had, it's pretty reasonable, and one time it was 7% due to COVID. And I'm having trouble with this. I don't see the colors on the timers, so please forgive me. The last time, there's embedded within the rental in the lease is there was a clause that I wasn't aware of. It wasn't made really obvious to me, embedded in there, is that after every 5 years, they could raise the rent up to 10%, which is what happened to me this year. You can bet that my COLA was not 10%. So by the time we add all the expenses going up, that really is a burden for people that are on fixed incomes and at the lower income. It's a lot to be considered, but again, they already have everything in place. So I don't know if this is a little bit premature to talk about that. So that's all. I'm still trying to comprehend all of this, and it's a lot. And again, I appreciate all the work I know you've been doing along with our RSG, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, good job, Maddie.
Good morning, Council. I'm Julie Polly with the WMA, and we represent a stakeholder in this process with mobile home parks ownership. We provide affordable and attainable housing for those priced out of traditional housing. Not only can not everyone afford a $750,000 home or a $2,500 a month apartment, both the averages for Corona, mobile home parks are an attractive option for those that desire a smaller, tight-knit community or simply a smaller housing footprint that a mobile home in a mobile home park can provide. The allegations made in these chambers in the past have bordered on the ridiculous. I sense one's coming up after me, but if true, they're violations of California state law and most certainly would be investigated by all sorts of various law enforcement agencies, including your city attorney's office. We don't steal people's homes or force them into homelessness. The truth is evictions are nearly non-existent in mobile home parks. We run well-maintained, improved communities at a low predictable rent, offer privately funded rental assistance to those that can demonstrate need. We follow the state laws pertaining to mobile home park residency law and Mobile Home Parks Act. We offer to walk away from our lease terms in order to get into an agreement, to enter into an agreement with the city, and it was pretty much dismissed out of hand, and that would have cost everybody nothing. While I understand the frustration that's brought us here today, and I really do wish it could have been avoided, I do have two narrow concerns I hope that you will consider as it relates to the draft of the ordinance. I'm very concerned about your older mobile home parks that are below market rent and the impact of vacancy control. Imposing a 10% cap on turnover for these older, lower rent parks will mean eventual closure for these properties. For instance, if a space at $1,200 when it turns over, it will get a $120 increase on turnover and likely will provide a fair rate of return for a park owner in the immediate and near future. But spaces that are at $500, and you have quite a few, an infrequent $50 increase when the ownership turns over is really problematic. So I have submitted in my letter a way to address that will provide accommodations for the lower rent parks and anyway, so hopefully you can read that and take a look at that and see if something to consider. I'm concerned about the annual increases that were suggested by petition. My experience is most of them are automatic. The city notifies what the permissible increase would be. So hopefully you could limit the costs of the program by making these frequent annual increases still overseen by the city, but yet not require a formal petition process. And I'm very concerned about AB 2782, and it's still in flex if you're going to be able to pierce the nonprofit, or excuse me, the long-term leases. We go to trial next year, and there'll be a hearing for an injunction to stop implementation of 2782 in November. So with so much still so much still is uncertain as to what you'll be able to regulate, I would hope that that would give the city pause. So, and I was at the same meeting as the resident, and Riverside is workable for here in Corona. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kelly Taylor. I am the business manager for Flamingo Mobile Lodge. I had the pleasure of speaking last year in front of the council. However, I didn't get everything I wanted to say out. And I did speak with Tony Daddario about a week later. We spoke and had a good conversation. One of the things that I want to bring to the attention of the council is that in the mobile home residency law, chapter 798.30.5, for unincorporated areas, it tells us what we can and can't do, and that's what Flamingo has been using, even though we're inside the city limit. And perhaps this could be an easy solution for the city of Corona to implement on the other mobile home parks, which is it's a 3% plus % change of CPI or 5%, whichever is lower. We, Flamingo Mobile Lodge and a lot of the other mobile home parks in Corona cannot afford a percentage of CPI. If you're going to say 75% of CPI, we certainly can't afford that. We're a small mobile home park. Our rents are low. We are one of the lowest. We're not the lowest, but we are one of the lowest. And we're a senior park. Most of our mobile home owners are on Social Security. We've implemented programs for them if they're a veteran. We've tried to do everything that we possibly can do for our residents to keep their rent low. However, the amount of increase in property damage that homeless is causing at our park has caused us to increase our rents. However, our rent increases are anywhere from 1.67% all the way up to 5%. And that's in the last 10 years. And I do have a spreadsheet that will show what those are. And I know you guys got those in the last hearing as well. So I want to also bring up the fact that since we're willing to work with the city and keep our rents low, what would be the harm of going into an MOU? And I know, Mr. Richens, you don't believe in that. You don't want to work with the mobile home park owners. But the rest of you, maybe what we can do is go into an MOU to say that we'll follow what the MRL says for unincorporated areas. And if so, Flamingo Mobile Lodge would be willing to go into an MOU. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Vicki Talley. I'm the Executive Director of the Manufactured Housing Educational Trust. I want to thank the RSG for the presentation and the mention that we do provide a rent subsidy program, and to remind you that that will go out, no rent subsidy program provided by the park owners once rent control comes in. The reason for that is simple. Under our program, they're subsidizing people who qualify and need the help. When rent control comes in, we're forced to subsidize everyone. I also want to you've got a lot on your plate, wanted to bring up some points and observations. I was surprised not to see Yucaipa in the peer review. Yucaipa has had mobile home rent control in that city for 35 years. Long-term impacts. In 2015, they hired RSG to do a study on how they could close mobile home parks that were a blight, not being maintained, and a real problem in the community in terms of police calls and so on. RSG did a report providing all sorts of scenarios to close those parks. During the discussion, it was made very clear that the rent control contributed to this. So I think there's some real key factors in making sure this doesn't happen. Number one, when you relate what's going on here with what's going on at the state and the rent control at the state level, that provides for vacancy decontrol for all apartments at the state level. Critically important that you provide for complete vacancy decontrol. That allows you to protect the residents who are in the communities now, who you're really concerned about. But when they sell, the resident coming in will be requalified to move into that home and pay if they can qualify to pay a higher rent, they'll probably pay a lower price for the home. But the key is you're protecting the people living in the park with some limited increases along the way. But when they leave, the new people coming in would go to market. That's how the state law protects, for apartments, and I think that's reasonable. So if you want parity with state law, you want to make sure that you allow vacancy decontrol. This will also help the parks with a lower rent. The other thing is, another comment made on the vacancy control, decontrol, is you'll have fewer costs, fewer petitions. So I urge you to please look at this ordinance to be fair. Make sure that your community owners are able to have enough resources and funding to keep those communities maintained for the residents that are there, and of course, future residents who will come in and will be income qualified to move into the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others that would like to speak? Go ahead.
Good morning, council members. My name is Jarrell Robinson. I represent Villa Corona Mobile Home Park. I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. I just wanted to talk about the rent control, rent stabilization that is being mandated. So, talked about mandated. Restraint mandated by government affecting the businesses of American citizens and industry, where the market should always be the guide, natural control. Rent control may sound like a solution to a problem. However, it denies the ability to generate enough income to keep up with cost of inflation and actual expenses for a lot of mobile home park operators, owners, expenses of operating rental housing. This could potentially be a blight on the city, as some have already spoken about. It could potentially be that way. This could force parks to close and less investors to build affordable housing, which contributes to the homelessness problem, which I'm sure we're all aware of. You've decided to partner with RSG. The expertise and the guidance and rent stabilization and policies, I'm sure they do their best to help out with that. They also have members who have been known to sit at city attorneys and who stand to gain monetary gain from the implementation of rent stabilization ordinance, which could also be seen as bias, but I digress. The process, of course, as you can see, will be costly. It'll be time-consuming. It'll facilitate hostilities between residents, park owners, operators. I am an operator myself. I manage the park day-to-day operations. I do my best to maintain that place to a high standard. If anybody has ever been to Villa Corona, please take a look. I'll leave the gate open today. We do our best to, of course, stick to CPI. What is mandated by the state, we only do that because it's state law. We do what is required of us. The city of Corona has continuously rejected park owners' offers to come to the table and to work together on a solution that's fair and biased for all parties. A long-term agreement, or a MOU, which was mentioned earlier, would have allowed to fulfill this goal, save hundreds of thousands of taxpayers' dollars on rent hearings, appeals, so that it would be able to utilize housing funds to reach those who are truly in need, to also help with the homelessness problem. Like I said, Villa Corona is a beautiful community. I do walks every day. We do updates to amenities. We keep that community looking pristine because I would not want to live in a place that could be seen as something that is negative. I live there myself. So if I walk by it, I see it, I fix it. If of course it's within the budget to do so. And I invite you to stop by, take a look. Like I said, I'll keep the gate open for you. I'll be in the office after lunch today to make sure if you guys decide to show up, I'll be there. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Bobby Spiegel, Corona Chamber of Commerce. I'm just going to go on record that the Chamber is opposed to any stabilization policy. And I want to make sure you guys are aware that this is a continuing stance for us. What I do have a question for you, and maybe you can answer it. Do you need to put one in place?
Is the MHET a member of your chamber, Bobby?
No.
Are the mobile home operators members of your chamber?
No.
Then why would you not want a mobile home ordinance?
Pardon?
What is your objections to a mobile home
It's a
ordinance?
tax. It's a tax. A business owner that owns the property. Tom, it'd be the same thing, Mr. Mayor, it'd be the same thing if we were to say on any job that you bid in the city of Corona, we're going to go ahead and put a tax on you, and we can review that every month, every year. The costs that you have to incur, and I thought it was a beautiful presentation, and it was pretty detailed. Where are you going to get the funds to hire this person? Why are you going to grow the government for something that doesn't need to be done? Why are you getting involved in something that doesn't need to be done? You know, I sat here at many council meetings and I've watched it where you guys all got upset. In fact, Mr. Mayor, you had to walk outside because you had to recuse yourself because of an action you took against the state of California with them dictating to you on what the city can do and what they can't do on development.
I didn't recuse myself.
You were excused, yes. So how did you like that? It was, you know, you're doing the same thing right now to business owners, the property owners that have those properties. If you want to do this, why don't you buy those mobile home parks and rent them through the city? Anyway, the chamber stands very strong against any tax. And just because you can have the power to do this, doesn't mean that you need to do it. And we would highly recommend that you just stay in your lane, take care of the stuff that you need to do. Thank you.
Joe?
To be very clear, we're here not because of Flamingo or Villa Corona. We're here because of Sierra Management and what they did to Corona La Linda and Corona West. And to a smaller extent to Green River, the corporate company that bought them. So, you know, for all the crocodile tears about, oh, we're just little businesses, they're not little businesses. This is venture capital firms that are doubling and tripling the rent, and part of their business model is to force people out. And so we definitely need vacancy control. There was a post this morning I was reading from a park, they didn't say the park, but they said that they own 3 in the city. So I'm assuming it's probably Sierra, whose new model is now to run around and penalize and force people to repaint the trim on their house so that the colors match, you know, between the garage door and the trim. You know, so they're finding creative ways to push people out, because part of the business model is, hey, if there's no vacancy control, then you can jack the rent up even more. You get people out of a lease. That's the point. They like the churn. They're kind of like the 91. You know, it's good for them. The more crowded it is, the more money they make. So, you know, the more you can raise the rent. You absolutely should have vacancy control. Absolutely. You can't do it otherwise. There's no point in any of this if you don't. The petition fees, they should be lower for resident petition fees. Absolutely. One is a for-profit operation and one isn't. You're talking about people a lot of times on the margins financially. You know, they don't have the money to raise to do exorbitant fees. They can't pay the same money. And you should definitely have a proactive approach to this program. These are the kind of the least connected people to the city. They're the most likely to kind of be scrubbed off. They're the least willing or able to engage with the city. A lot of them will not, you know, engage because they think they might get in trouble. There's a lot of different living situations, afraid of, you know, relatives being deported if they put their heads up. You know, there's a lot of that stuff going on too. So that's why you didn't hear anything about Corona West when Sierra came in and doubled and tripled the rent. You know, they just quietly took on, you know, 3 more roommates in a single unit. You know, we absolutely should have vacancy control. Absolutely an aggressive program where you do outreach. You could see the same thing happen when the mines thing came up. They're right next to the mine, and they deal with dirt and crap, and you have such turnover and such a kind of, we'll just call them docile. They're kind of docile. They just kind of go along. They don't complain, and they're certainly not going to seek out the people at City Hall to file a complaint. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joe. Sylvia, are there any other speaker cards?
Mayor, we do not have any more speaker cards for this item.
Anybody else want to speak out there? If not, public comments is closed. We'll bring it back to the dais. We'll start with Jackie.
I have some questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very clear, and the study. I really appreciate it. I appreciate getting walked through step by step and seeing the options, and I also appreciate the comparisons of cities that we know. I have two questions before I dive into, and I don't know if you want to do questions first and then comments. Okay. I was wondering if you could please speak on AB 2782 that was referenced. And my second, I'll hold off on my second question.
Yeah, so it is still in litigation process and it won't go to trial.
Can you share it with everyone what it means?
Oh, yes, sorry. So what that bill is trying to, well, let me back up. As it stands now, a way that some owners could be exempt from local rent stabilization programs is they could make an agreement with residents in mobile home parks that they would sign a lease for longer than 12 months. So if they do that, it's called a long-term lease. And the way that the law was previously, that if they sign a long-term lease, then they are exempt from local rent stabilization programs. So some would say it was a way around rent stabilization. But it says in the law that that sunsets January 1st, 2025. And there was a recent change to the law. So not only does it sunset in January 1st, 2025, but any leases that expired after, I want to say, maybe 2018, 2019, if they expired, they can't, if they execute another long-term lease, it is no longer exempt from rent stabilization. So the way that things stand now, come January 1st, 2025, there is not going to be that loophole, I would call it, a way around getting exempt from rent stabilization. And so what is brought up is that this bill is trying to change that so that they will continue to be exempt from rent stabilization and there would be a way around the programs.
Wonderful.
And if I can add, there were 3 exemptions under the MRL. Right, and that was one of them, the long-term leases. However, that's sunsetting, as we know. The other one was the year of the build, and then the third one was if it's not your primary residence, and that still is on the books. So for anyone who has a mobile home that does not use it as their primary residence, and we would determine that through the program, through the registry, that unit, that space, I should say, would be exempt from rent stabilization.
And tell me about the year of the build. Was it 1950?
It is, let's see, 50% of newly built. I don't have it in my notes.
But there was a date, right?
There
So
was,
like
there is.
if the coach is built after this date, then it's exempt from. And so AB 2782 would sunset that exemption.
They're challenging the.
Currently being challenged.
Yes.
But as it stands, it sunsets that exemption.
Correct.
And right now, AB 2782 is in litigation. Thank you.
Yes.
But I believe it only applies to long-term leases.
Long-term leases.
Not the other two.
Not the other two. The other two remain. It only applies to long-term leases.
So the other two, the year of the build will remain.
The year that 50% of those spaces go into use. So we looked at that during the analysis. We didn't find any situation where that exemption applied to any of the parks.
Okay, so all of the coaches in our parks in the city do not.
Might be 1990.
I want to say 1993, but I can check and let you know
And
before.
it's not the coaches. It's when you lease
The
that
land.
park space.
Okay, so it's not it's not the year the coach was made. It's the year that lease was made.
Yes.
And so all of the leases are older than that. Therefore, all of the leases are not subject to this exemption.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's the year when the space was created. So there's some parks.
Created, not leased.
Yes. So there's
That has
sorry.
changed.
So there's some parks where they've created new spaces.
Okay.
And those are exempt from the rent stabilization programs.
And that's in Corona West, actually, because of the expansion of the freeway. They actually got some new land there, and they do have some new spaces in Corona West. But that's the only park that I recall new spaces that are after that date.
Okay. My second question was, we're seeing increases in all sorts of other things. We're addressing like CPI ways of increases, but when an owner sees an increase for like utilities, for instance, and services in that way, like trash service, do those get passed through 100% to the coach owners? There's nothing here exempting the owners from securing 100% of that fee, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's a
Coverage
pass-through.
of
It's
that
an
fee.
allowed pass-through.
It's an allowable pass-through, right? So those fees that go up for the owner, like trash services, utilities, they can get 100% of that recovered.
Yeah, it depends on different parks do different things. So there's some parks where they just include the utilities in the rent, but then there's some parks where I think you're talking about where it's all passed through to the residents. And that's a whole different ballgame, and that's outside of rent stabilization program. That is overseen by HCD. So yes, that would be a totally separate thing that wouldn't apply.
So, so owners that are seeing increases in these fees, whether they're including it in their rent or they're including it as a separate bill, will still be able to secure 100% from coach owners. Will still be able to secure 100% of those fees.
If the HCD finds it to be allowed, yes, but that's under HCD. Again, we are just looking at the rent space. We do not have the delegated authority to enforce the MRL.
I bring it up not because I want us to get into that business, because I want to showcase truly when prices increase and what prices increase, what we're actually talking about here. We're talking about the space. We're not saying that owners cannot secure the increase that they're receiving in like fees and services. They can absolutely still secure those increases. I just want to parse out what it is that this is. Those are my only two questions, and then I have comments later. So,
You want to go Jim or Tony?
So clear as mud, right? I mean, this is ridiculous, but to try to understand all this. But you know, when we started this discussion, it was in my mind, it was how do we prevent predatory property owners from increasing rates at such a high level that it's going to add to our homeless problems. I also wanted to make sure that a property owner can still make money, like we would want any business to be able to do, while maintaining a really nice mobile home park. So that was kind of, that's what I wanted, right? And then I remember asking the question, because of the uncertainties with the Assembly bill, was what if we could bring all the property owners together to enter into an MOU so we don't have to go down this path? I'd much rather not go down this path, but I believe the answer was there was no way in hell or something that all the property owners were going to come together and enter in an MOU. Pardon me? Yeah, I mean, I appreciate Flamingo Mobile Home Park. It's awesome. Villa Corona, awesome. But only, Wes, you're saying you're remembering that only one property owner wouldn't come? So would that one property owner rather have a rent stabilization ordinance? That would be my question. So I guess I'd still kind of want to know if we could get all the property owners to come together to enter into a long-term MOU, then we might not have to go down this path. And I guess Wes says one property owner. Can anybody address this?
So that was one of the options that we did discuss and did provide to you last year around this time. So you can all certainly discuss it and let us know how you wish for us to proceed.
Well, I would love to have a face-to-face with the one property owner and ask him if he'd rather have a rent stabilization ordinance or enter into a long-term MOU. I don't even know who that is.
I mean, that was my question all along, and if we could agree to that, for what the county's doing, and then we're not punishing all the other parks.
Go ahead.
Can I plug in? Thank you, Mayor. In my conversations with the park owners, I think they would come to the table and proactively agree to a long-term agreement that's fully enforceable and doesn't. I just got an MOU passed in National City on Tuesday night. It's hands down better.
Julie, what took them so long?
yeah, why didn't this happen in 2017 when this was what we wanted to do?
We can talk offline about that.
ask to be clear,
Sure.
there's one owner that I believe owns multiple parks that we're all referencing as the one that was the holdout. Have you spoken with that entity directly that they would be open to an MOU or
They
discussion?
indicated that they would be supportive. I would need to go back and get firm commitments. That's the hardest part of this, is getting everyone to agree. I think they understand you were serious.
Oh, now
So-
they understand.
I do have kind of a little bit of a suggestion because I recognize that that there are not some of the owners here, and I don't take that as a sign that they are afraid or anything like that. I think that they're probably trying to earn a living. So I don't begrudge the fact that there aren't owners here that, and they were pretty vocal in the past, right? We've had groups of people in the audience that have come in and spoke out, which is why we're here today talking about this. And I don't take the fact that they're not here as that they're afraid or that they're not supportive. I think that they're probably busy living their lives, and I hope that they have some trust in us to make the right decision. But
We got notice of this yesterday, this meeting, so that's might
no,
be why.
and
that's when
and
you
there's
got
no residents here either.
That's when you got noticed, but that wasn't when this meeting was noticed, right? This
Okay.
we have a very process for that. I want to be clear. But I'm willing to even have a conversation with the owners, but I would suggest something like they've got 30 days to everybody gets in the same room, like a very short window, because I'm willing to move forward with this, with rent stabilization, to show that we are serious. And if I've learned anything over the last 4 years is that nothing happens quickly. So as we would, potentially if we're moving forward with this, AB 2782 is going to do whatever it's going to do, and that potentially alters our course, whatever we decide to do. But I don't think that this rent stabilization is going to happen like that.
Hey, can I tack on to you, Tony? I don't
Go ahead.
have-
I'll wait.
Oh. I don't have problems with MOUs, but what I do have problems with MOUs, and you guys can take this to heart or not, but if you get a couple holdout guys that are just gonna drag their feet, then we're done. It's off. I don't want to do it if it's gonna be foot dragging.
Modesto found themselves in the same position you were, and there was holdouts, and they passed an ordinance for those that didn't enter into an MOU.
I don't, oh, can we do that? Okay, thank you. We'll go to the main man.
Yes, just so I can say it for the microphone, you could have an ordinance that says, pick this agreement or mobile home rent control. You can have an optional.
And then what happens if a mobile home is sold and acquired by a different company and they're not under rent control? You gotta
That
do
would be a
this.
continuing obligation, whether they continue to maintain, and you would dictate in your ordinance what this agreement would look like, somewhat like the state law. It not only dictates more than 12 months, but there's certain provisions and all that kind of stuff that have to be in it. So it would be an ongoing thing. If they sold it, then they'd have an ongoing ability to make the decision. We continue to use this agreement, or we become subject to rent control.
Real quick, so if we entered into an RSO with one property owner, are we still gonna? If we entered into an MOU with 8 property owners, but we did RSO on one property owner, are we still gonna have this huge system in place to monitor one park?
You would have to have a system. I would defer to RSG and their experience as to if that system is the same if you have one park.
It would be our municipal code, therefore our prerogative to enforce it.
But it would be less staff time to enforce.
Yeah, a lot less staff time to enforce 1, 2, 3 over 10.
Right. I think we go down the path, and I like the 30-day, hey, get your ass to the table, or you're done, period. And we go down the path of trying to do an MOU and put all this other stuff to rest.
Listen, I understand how complicated it is, and I'm willing to go down and extend 30 days after we've done 5, 2004, and I mean, it's been since 2017. It's a real shame that it's come to this. It's a real shame, but it shows that although we like to defer to the market to take care of issues, the market doesn't always solve these issues, and it's absolutely necessary for government to step in because now they're serious and now they're going to take care of people. I am all for people making a living and people getting a profit, and really thoughtful policies like this allow for owners to get a fair return. There is a process for you to manage your park. In fact, I believe the blight is a management problem. If your park is mismanaged and it's blighted, it's because you haven't invested in your park. And there is a process to get a rate return for that investment. So invest in your park, you can file a petition and pass that through to your owners. If it's blighted, it's because you mismanaged it. It upsets me that we got to this point and that we're still subject to thinly veiled threats, which to me work completely opposite. It does not deter me, it fires me up. I don't appreciate it, and it upsets me to receive strongly worded letters that insinuate that we are going down the wrong path and are subject to, litigation. Because on the other end, you have people who have been fighting since 2017 to get some recognition, but now you're serious. So listen, I'll take 30 days, that's fine, but none of this is unreasonable. None of it. And in fact, in my opinion, the rent limits, setting it at 10%, way too high. But it is staff that's trying to find something to, trying to present a fair and balanced approach to it. So I think that this is more than appropriate to approach, more than appropriate for the city to weigh in on, because it hasn't been taken seriously by the park owners for so many years. So yeah, is it our place? This is absolutely why government is in place. It's to protect people.
Mayor, if I can make a suggestion. I think we're talking about two different things. The MOU or the agreement, whatever you want to call it, is a contractual situation. The ordinance is a legislative decision. So if you only did the agreement or you only did the MOU, that can change at the end of the term of the agreement. Minds can change. I don't think these two things are mutually exclusive. I would, based upon your direction, send staff off to begin drafting the ordinance for rent control, how you would want to see it, while at the same time allowing for the conversation to take place about an opt-out agreement. Because what I believe you should do as city attorney is the rent control ordinance should be adopted with the opt-out ability. So that if minds are changed, because I do believe that you're getting this final shoe to fall because they now know you're serious about rent control. If that pressure is released, that mind might get changed again. So I think you need a legislative solution that says, if you ever back away from this agreement that we all agree upon, you fall back to rent control. So they're not mutually exclusive, and that would be my legal advice.
I like that.
I was actually just going to say we're going to burden staff and send them down both roads, but I think you said it legally better. And that's fine. I was going to say start working on the ordinance while we're getting an MOU together, or if that even comes to fruition. But I want a timeline on the MOU, even the discussion. And I appreciate that there are some park owners here that are willing to work, but I think that we've kind of identified that there's maybe one that has been hesitant. So let's just start with that one and get them in the room. And I think that these folks here are all ready and willing to be a part of that discussion. But if there's a holdout, then I agree. I think we go down the ordinance road, and then we build in some sort of legal opt-out for the folks that want to participate in what they're doing, which I think leads us to some of the decisions that we have to make on some of these options. Mayor, if you want to.
Well, Wes, you missed the fireworks.
I embrace fireworks at all time. It sounds like we're going in the right direction.
So I'm all for option Dean. How Dean set it out, and that's where I'm at. I'm gonna guess. I'm single forcating, not to be confused with any other cating. But everybody option Dean.
I think
Well,
though
we
that-
got to go down the questions
Yeah,
to
we still have to give
designate
the
what it is that
direction.
the direction that, so we're saying we're instituting an RSO, and then there's an opt-out for an MOU for any good park owners.
Correct. So now the direction from council on
Yeah.
those elements of how you'd like us to structure the ordinance itself would be useful at this time.
Let's go down the list.
Take it, Jackie. Where's the list? Number one? It's up on the screen.
Slide 24.
All right, stand by. You want to read
All
it,
right, so
Cynthia? Go ahead.
starting with the first component, which is the inflationary rent limits. What I heard is that 10% seems to be too high, and as Jackie, Councilmember Casillas recognized, we have been trying to come up with a balanced interest approach here. That's not to say that you cannot direct us to do something differently. So here, this was our attempt at a balanced approach at 75% of the CPI for the reasons that Dominique already explained, with a cap of 10%, with a cap. This cap could be higher, lower, right where we recommend it. We'd like to hear from you.
I'm 3%. Tony or Jim or Wes or Jackie?
I was going to say, I like the county's version. I'd like to try and make it to match up. I think it was 3 and 5. Oh, maybe City of Riverside. I
Yeah,
forget.
City of Riverside. Where they're at now is 5, and I'm at 5% cap, 75% CPI and 5% cap.
I'll do that. I'm good with that. Tony, Jim?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a moot point, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Number 2,
Down-
I can
had written down 7%, but I guess 5% is what the majority said.
with it. Okay.
So 75% of the CPI capped at 5%.
Correct.
Got it.
Vacancy control, include vacancy control with an allowance to increase rents up to 3 to 10% upon, up to 3 to 10% upon turnover.
So to simplify it, in the primary slide, we said cap it up to 10%. Again, kind of follows the trend of the prior increase. But if 5% is where you're comfortable with, we could lower it to 5, or we can leave it at 10%.
I'm actually okay with 10% because they're pretty much shopping it up or trying to get it close to as much as market as possible.
I think the issue, and I think that Julie said it perfectly, that we have such a broad range. We have people that are at $512, and we have people that are $1,600. It's going to punish, or it's going to reward the people that have a higher rate. So I like that, because if you're charging $1,600, you're going to be able to increase it $160. If you've kept it low and you're only charging $512, you're going to get $51. So it's going to reward the folks that have a higher, have instituted higher rates. So I'd like, if like I said, I agree with Jim. I think it's going to be a moot point. I think that we're going to be able to get out of this. But if we do go forward and one of the knuckleheads doesn't want to participate, then I'd like to be able to allow folks that are below market to go up, have a higher, be able to reset it at a higher rate.
So you want to go 10%?
I know. So I'd want to say that it's 10% if you're at market or above, meaning the average for the city. If you're below, you should be able to come up to what market is.
What's the real downside, though, that if somebody sells their coach and the property owner raises it to market level, then the people coming in can decide, I want to either live there or not. I'm worried about the existing folks being put out on the street. But if the property owner says, okay, you moved out, this doesn't affect anybody, I'm going to make it $1,500 a month instead of $700, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's my point is that, like, Via Corona, I've had several friends that have lived there over the years. It's a beautiful park. You do a fantastic job. I know you haven't been there as long as I've probably been there or been going there, but they've done it by being able to have, being able to move the rate up to a market rent as they've switched over tenants.
Listen, I understand again that there are some good actors, but there are also some bad actors.
Yeah, but you're rewarding bad actors.
No.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not. If you put a max, you're saying, hey, bad actors, trying to push people out in order to secure market rate or hijack the rent all the way you can. That's the way to go, because there are bad actors who find ways to get people out.
I'm okay with a max. I'm saying if you're below market, you should be able to come up to market. The bad actors are already charging $1,600. Yeah, they should only get 10%. If you're at $500 and the market is at $8, you should have the ability, if you want, to go up to $8. Just throwing it out there. I'm saying I'd like to see it bifurcated, using it correctly. There to be two options. One, if you're above market, you should get 10%. If you're below market, you should be able to come to market. That allows you to invest back in the park.
Can I ask a quick question? Because I think what my concern would be is if I'm in a $500 a month rent coach, and the park owner knows that if I move out, they could get $1,800 for my coach, and they decide to do some things that may be gray or illegal because I got to paint trim, or I got to, I don't know, do something crazy in order to not get kicked out of the park so that they're trying to force me out. So my question would be maybe for Ms. Lara or RSG is, if I'm a coach owner and I feel as if I'm being targeted to get moved out of my coach because they now know that my $500 rent could get $1,800 a month, are there any type of protections for me through HCD, through somebody other than this ordinance that I could talk to and say, hey, I think I'm being targeted here because they're trying to get me out to jack up the rent to the next owner?
Yeah, so one, we have fair housing services that we provide to our residents. So the first thing I would do is tell them, seek counseling from our fair housing folks. And two, and Dominique can speak to that, eviction processes are handled by HCD under the MRL.
But the housing services are so impacted.
I know.
They're
Yeah.
so impacted.
Yes.
We send people there, and it's like getting caught in like a never-ending, what are those called? Like, press this number if you need this, press that number, and then you suddenly get disconnected. It's like practically non-existent. Like, tenant protections are practically non-existent when we send them over to fair housing. So there is no process, and it will end up being, coach owners say against, park owners say.
May I speak on this?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Casillas, you're in your scenario that you're saying, there are protections in the MRL, and those tenants can go to HCD and file a complaint against the tenant, or I'm sorry, against the owner. And if that owner is found to be guilty of what they're being accused of, there are administrative penalties to the park owner, and they are substantial. So realizing that Flamingo might not be the target that you guys are talking about, but there are those protections in there.
Thank you. I don't disagree that there are avenues. I'm just noting that there's a power imbalance and there's an access imbalance. And we all know it. We're not going to fix the state, but we can fix and help Corona.
Okay, so back on track for I'm actually with Wes. Oh, go ahead, Joe. Did you not speak earlier?
I was wondering if what's good for the goose is good for the lobbyist. So
go ahead.
This is how we got here. They drove up the rent and drove people out. That happened at Corona West, and it happened at Corona La Linda. That's how we got here. So, you know, to say, well, it should be able to go up, you know, because they push people out. That's the problem, is they push people out, and then they go and sell the coaches. So when they push people out, they'll say, here's a check for $5,000, kick rocks, and then go and turn around and sell their coach. That's what they're doing. They're preying on these people. They're monetizing them.
And I think that's where I was confused because if someone moved out and the property owner wanted to raise the rate on that one coach, how did that negatively affect everybody else that is under the guidance or the control of an MOU or an RSO?
They're basically it's like Tony was saying, they're basically looking at everybody who has the lower rent as a profit opportunity. You can, by pushing them out, just like they're doing with the gentleman that was talking about getting the trim painted. They go after people and try to push them out, the most vulnerable people, the people with the least amount of options, and they go after them, and that gives them an incentive to then flip that space, and possibly sell the coach if they can't afford to move it, which they almost always can't afford to move it. That's the point. Is they're basically taking their property, you know, and it's almost like the pawn shop sort of an arrangement. You know, you take the people that are in the most need and that have the least amount of opportunity to help themselves, and they've got something that you want, which is a space that you can make another $1,000 off of, you know, and you can push them out. So thank you very much, Jackie. This is why I've always considered you to be a friend, and it's a pleasure to watch you work. Thank you.
All right. I think for vacancy control, if there's going to be a possible MOU, it's a moot point. But I think for going down the rent stabilization ordinance for right now, I would just like to keep it at up to 3 to 10% upon turnover.
I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation.
Yeah.
So you got 3 that are comfortable with staff recommendation. Is there anything else in the rest of this presentation that is controversial enough to not go with staff recommendation?
That's a good question. I'm good with staff recommendations for all of it.
I haven't voted yet on the vacancy, and I'm torn. So I don't know where we're at if I'm the casting vote, because I so badly want to believe that there aren't bad people out there that are targeting people, but I realize that that's happening, but they do have options. And so I have a real hard time because I want, if somebody leaves, I want them to be able to raise the rent to market rent. But I just don't want them to force people out. And if they are forcing people out, I want those people to have options for protection. And I'm not 100% certain that we're that option, because I just don't think that we're the right person for that. I think that HCD and some of the other things are. So I'm struggling with this one. If I'm the tying vote, I'm struggling with it.
You're the tying vote? I thought we were the 3.
No, I'm good with 10% because I also believe it's a moot point.
I'm still torn with it, but I don't know if that lets me off the hook or not.
It does, because there's 3 that go with.
I think we're all torn with all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I didn't have any, I mean, I agree with Jim. Let's move on, because I think we are going to work it out. But the last thing I wanted to ask, and I've mentioned it in the past, was that, you know, in my line of work, if I participate in the project and I write the RFP and I do all the pre-work, I'm not able to work on the project. I'm not, if I do all when I work for Caltrans, if I do all the recommendations for mitigation measures that say that you have to do surveys and you have to do this and you have to do that, and I'm not able to do it. I'm not able to bid on the project. So one thing we haven't is, and I think RSG's done a great job, you know, putting this all together. I don't think RSG should be able to be the consultant to the city, because they're effectively have written their scope of work.
Well, go ahead, Dean.
We can take a look at that from a legal conflict of interest standard. My instinct is that that's not exactly the same thing. And staff will be the ones drafting the agreement. So they brought options to you. My staff will work on the actual ordinance itself, drafting it and bringing it to you. So we'll take a look at that. I don't believe this is the same as RSG drafting the specifications for a public works project. And the law does say if you draft all the specifications for a public works project, you can't then bid to build the project. I don't think it's the same as that.
I mean,
We'll take a look at it.
you're probably right. There's not the same protection, but I'm saying if they've done all the research, provided all the information for staff and for us to pick, they've effectively, they're deciding what we see. So I do have a bit of a problem with somebody that's basically writing what would you consider their scope of work. But I'm willing to, when you come back, that's all good. Hopefully,
Okay,
like I said,
we'll bring it
the
back.
point.
Jacob, do you have anything you want to say?
We're on petition types.
I think what I heard was there was no other concerns about the recommendations that. or
We
did
are
you want-
going one by one, are we not?
I think Councilmember Steiner's question was if there are any concerns from the recommended
I know you're trying
motions.
to speed it up. I
No,
know.
that's just what I heard.
This is not what that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I
yield back to the mayor.
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Jackie.
So we did the vacancy control. Now we're on petition type. I want to call you Milwaukee. Councilmember Daddario made a really good point. I just want to make sure that this process, I'm great with staff recommendation. I want to make sure that there are definitions to this process for the resident petitions, the CPI petitions, and the capital, because owners can secure their money back for improving the parks. And I want them to know that this is the avenue to do that. And residents can also petition if they feel that they are being wrongly having their rent frozen or reduced and their services reduced because of this. Thank you. I am in favor of staff recommendation on petition types.
You got anything, Tony?
The one that she said we pretty much don't have a choice on. If I remember correctly, that was the one. Yeah.
Do you want to go to the next one, or are you?
Was there agreement in that one?
Well, Jim and I are all for staff recommendations, so what?
So in petition fees, I disagree with staff recommendation. So staff I'm still going to say my piece. So charge applicants separately for the cost of processing petitions and allow 50% of owner petition costs to be passed through to the residents. I would like to see the model where there is no fee for the residents and based on final determination. So if the resident makes an argument or a claim and it is found that it is unfounded, then I want them to pay the fee. But if it is founded, I do not want the residents to pay the fee. Or do the same as the, I just, 50% is too much.
No.
Anyway.
So 50% pass-throughs for all?
That's what I think, and I don't know if you guys, where you guys stand on this recommendation for petition fees. You were with staff recommendation? You were with staff recommendation?
We're all staff recommendations.
Okay, well then, there you go. And then, so program consideration, I was wondering if there could be an ad hoc committee. So establishing program staff as oversight, I agree, and petition authority with the support of consultants, I agree. I do think it's really important because the council does have their finger on the pulse and is part of the community to form at least an ad hoc to participate in the oversight.
Okay.
Do any of you agree with that?
Yeah, you and Tony could do it.
Yeah, no, I think that the idea is that the reason for the recommendation is it so someone that has a legal background is weighing in on these things before it goes to a lawsuit. So I think that we should let the smart people figure it out and not have it go into a more of a dramatic and have to come to us. I think at this point, we've drafted an ordinance. The ordinance is a legal document. We're going to have someone that has a legal background that's going to be able to try and work this out as a mediator. And then if they can't work it out, then it goes to the court of law. And actually, that would work in our favor to have someone that looked at it and tried to work it out, so we don't look like because I think what could end up happening is that someone sitting in that role that's not a legal person, their decision could be used by the court to punish us.
Okay. So does the process start with program staff, or does it start with the petition authority?
It starts with program staff.
So then if it starts with program staff, so then why wouldn't ad hoc be part of that? Okay, I'm outnumbered. And the rest, I'm fine. I'm fine with staff recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jackie. Cynthia, you're cool with everything? Clear as mud. Okay. We're gonna take taking a 15-minute break. Do I hear 20? All right. Well, yeah.
months, honestly.
We have 15 minutes.
That's why I'm so stressed out.
Okay, everybody, welcome back from our 15-minute break.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's all good. Sorry, balancing a cell phone here. So up next is legislative advocacy. Who is? It's Thorn Run Partners. Are they here? Who wants to introduce this, Jacob? Do you know?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So we do have Jim and Greg with Thorn Run Partners. They're going to be presenting live from Zoom. We'll be showing their presentation slides on the screen while they present.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thanks
can
very
hear
much,
you.
Mayor and members of council. And thanks, Amina, for the introduction. My name is Greg Burns. I'm with Thorn Run Partners. Apologies for having to join you via phone. I am in an area that has the Wi-Fi is just not stable enough, so I didn't feel like it was worth the risk. But I do appreciate the opportunity to be with you all today to present you with an update on your federal advocacy efforts in Washington. And I'd be happy to take any questions after I run through the quick slide deck. So if city staff can advance to the second slide, which discusses the progress that we've made thus far on helping the city seek funding for a variety of projects through the federal appropriations process. So in working with Amina and with other city staff, I would guess that we were in the realm of 8 to 10 projects that we initially were talking about, trying to whittle those down into a number that we could realistically request of your delegation. So we did end up with 4 good projects that the city pulled together information on that we were able to submit to Congressman Calvert as well as your 2 senators. We ultimately were able to submit all 4 projects to Mr. Calvert. We also were only able to submit certain projects to Senator Butler and Senator Padilla because we only had certain ones done when they had their timelines. Their timelines were much earlier than those put forward in the House. So you can see the results up here on this slide. We did have the projects supported on the Senate side, but they unfortunately were not funded by the committees. But on the House side, Mr. Calvert was successful in securing funds for both the Real-Time Information Center as well as the Trails Improvement Project. So you'll see that on that slide, $1.545 million for the Real-Time Information Center and $1.7 million for the Trails Improvement Project. We did not work as closely with Congresswoman Steele this year on these projects. We didn't think that anything, after having some conversations with her staff, that it was as likely that she would have made those requests. So we did really focus our efforts on the Senate and the House members.
Did you say Congressman Steele, Congresswoman Steele or Congressman Young?
I'm sorry, Young. Excuse me. I apologize. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my mistake.
Kim, I mean not. Thank you.
No, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you. So anyway, we feel good about this. I think next year we certainly will help the city understand the process even better, having been through some of the process this year. I think there's certainly some opportunity to make improvements for next year, and we'll continue to work on those. Where we are right now with these projects is they've been the bills that contain the projects have been passed through the House of Representatives. But they have, well, actually, maybe that's not true. I'm trying to think. This one bill may have been pulled back. Regardless, they are in-house pieces of legislation that have advanced out of committee. On the Senate side, those bills don't typically get to the floor of the Senate, and then they will come together later this year to finalize final bills. We anticipate that your projects will be in those bills unless there's some broader issue with overall appropriations requests that would be above and beyond anything related to the city of Corona. So I feel very positive about these funds coming through, and I think that, again, we went through a good process this year to come up with some good requests, and we'll even work to improve that further for next year.
Mr. Burns?
Before I move on to any other, sure.
Mr. Burns, really quick, before you move on, I'm going to ask for like a 30,000-foot civics lessons really quick. So for the Real-Time Information Center, when it says that it was funded and you'd put that request into Congressman Calvert's office, does that mean that we're going to get that money? And if so, when?
Great questions, and I appreciate those. So I would say there's about a 90% certainty at this point. There is a chance that Congress can devolve into a complete mess, more so than they already are. And that, again, all projects that are funded throughout the country could be pulled from those bills. So if that were to occur, you would not get the funds. But I don't anticipate that that's likely to happen at this point as of today. I think that all signs point towards your projects being funded by the end of this calendar year, and you would have the funding, sometime in the first or second, well, more likely the second quarter of next calendar year.
Okay, and then where it says in the Senate, it said requested by Butler but not funded. Does that mean that we can look forward to not getting any money from the Senate?
That's correct, but you only need it in one side or the other, so it's okay that it's not funded in the Senate.
Okay.
We only simply need it in one body of Congress.
Okay, so then conversely, in the Historic Civic Center renovation, it was not requested through Congressman Calvert's office. And it was requested by Senator Padilla, but not funded. So pretty much not going to see any money from the federal government for that particular ask.
That's correct. So the Historic Civic Center renovation project will not receive funding, and we know that for certain. We also know that for certain with respect to the Park Improvements Project.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. For anybody else that's watching, I mean, there's a 90% chance you feel pretty good that the Real-Time Information Center and the Trails Improvement Project are going to get funded through the House, and then the other two projects, not so much. Just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
You do understand, and you have stated it correctly. Thank you.
Perfect. I look forward to other people's money. But technically, I guess it's our money back to us, with some other people's money in it, thrown in with it. All right, thank you.
And if there are any other questions on this slide at this moment, I'd be happy to entertain those now before I move on.
Just really quick, I know that there were other funds that were appropriated, or at least that were put in for appropriation by Congressman Calvert. This is just what we submitted for request, correct?
That is correct. So Congressman Calvert is limited to making 15 requests per year on behalf of his congressional district. So he selected 2 out of those 15 requests, and he for Corona, which, to be honest, is a high number given your population relative to the size of his district. It's actually, you all do well. I mean, obviously, he has a special affinity for the community.
Okay, just want to make sure.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
For helpful, as you know. Yeah, the congressman, though, I just will say one final thing. They do seek, and this is true of any member of Congress across the country, they seek to provide geographic diversity throughout their district. So, they don't really want to load up for requests from any one particular entity. And typically one entity won't get more than, 1 or 2 in a given year, and usually 2 is on the higher end. Oftentimes they'll do 15 requests from 15 different entities within their congressional districts.
Okay.
So if we move on to the next slide, which is just really a cover slide again, I'm just obviously going to mention that we do have an election, and you all are certainly aware of that. And then we'll go to the slide after that, which is titled, Where Do Things Stand? So I'm not going to make any prognostications here today with you with respect to who may win what race and, who may control Congress or who may control the White House or whatever it may be. There's certainly a lot up in the air at the moment, and it's all very close. But the important thing to note mostly about the importance of this election is it will have just a tremendous impact on policy over the next 2-year period, if not longer. And so then I will jump to the next slide, which is what could federal policy making look like next year? So this may be difficult for you to read, given however you're viewing it. So I can't, I'm not going to speak to all of these things, but what you'll note on these different boxes that sort of flow from each election outcome is that you'll see how different they all are. And that just goes to show how important elections can be. And then you might think, well, why does this stuff matter to us? You know, there's a lot of stuff on here that does not matter to you all, but certainly there actually are some things on here that do. So I'm not going to get into details on this slide, but I will jump ahead to the next one where I do want to focus on a few of those specific, you know, what are the things that matter to the city of Corona that could be, you know, at stake in a variety of ways, given various election outcomes. So the next slide is entitled Future Opportunities and Challenges. So one thing to note, the bipartisan infrastructure law, it feels like almost yesterday that law became, was passed by Congress and signed into law. But it actually expires at the end of fiscal year 26, which is the fall of 2026. So it will occur during the next Congress. So the folks that get elected in November to serve in the House or the Senate for that 2-year Congress will actually have to deal with what do we do after the expiration of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And remember, this bill was about half a long multi-year transportation authorization bill, but it was also about half a boost to spending for a variety of infrastructure projects across the country, as you're aware. So that's a big deal. And actually, we've already seen that some programs are kind of wrapping up early, because what the administration has done is they've front-loaded all the funds, and they've decided to spend them as soon as they can, as opposed to waiting for the end of the 5-year portion of the bipartisan infrastructure law. So, you know, again, it is an important thing that Congress is going to have to deal with. It is going to impact the opportunity for the city to go after certain grant programs or seek funds from the bipartisan infrastructure law that are available via discretionary loans or grants, excuse me. It will also impact kinds of formula funds that the state and city ultimately get for a variety of programs that are of importance to you, whether that's major highway funds to Caltrans or whether it's formula funds for regional transit operations or things like that. All of those things depend on the extension of or the next version of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Another thing that you all may have heard about for a variety of different reasons is that some portions of the 2017 Trump-era tax bill actually will expire at the end of 2025. So again, the folks that are elected to serve you in Congress and whoever is elected to be in the White House will have to deal with some of these expirations of 2017 tax law at the end of 2025. So they're going to want to work on that, believe me, right from the start next year in January. They're going to hit the ground running depending on what the makeup of the Congress looks like and who controls the White House. So that's going to be important really for everybody across the country, but it's actually going to be important for local governments too, because one of the things that Congress will try to do when they write these tax bills is they will also try to pay for a portion of the spending that they do through the tax code. So when they give a tax break to some entity or when they lower individual tax rates, for instance, they then try to come up with a pay for it, or at least pay for a portion of those things. So some of you may know that in 2017, they did away with what's known as advanced refunding, which for local governments meant your ability to essentially refinance debt. They made it so that you could no longer do that. That's not been a huge issue over the past couple of years because interest rates have been going up as opposed to down. But the point is they can make changes that impact local governments. And one way that they could also pay for portions of the tax bill and could make changes that would impact local governments is through the removal of municipal bond authority. So I would admit that I'm not as familiar with your use of bonds in the city, but it could be pretty impactful if you're seeking to do bonding in the next couple of years. The end result here is not that you can't get funds from Wall Street through the issuance of bonds. It would be simply that you have to pay higher rates in order to generate investor interest in your bond offerings. So it'll cost taxpayers more money, local taxpayers. Two other items on here that I'm going to mention, the Farm Bill and the Older Americans Act. You may wonder, why the heck do we care about either of those things? Well, the Farm Bill is actually about 85% of it is actually the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. So the Farm Bill actually was intended to be reauthorized last year, but couldn't get done because of the challenges with the reauthorization of that program. We're not likely to extend it in the remainder of this year, so it's going to have to also be something that gets dealt with next year. And there's big differences to how the various iterations of congressional and or administration control could impact the way that that Farm Bill looks and the way that the Supplemental and Nutrition Assistance Program looks in the years to come. The same is true with respect to the Older Americans Act. That's the bill that provides a variety of social service funding for a whole host of elder Americans, social service programs. So think of things even like Meals on Wheels programs are at times funded through the Older Americans Act, but there's a variety of other things that are funded there too. Through the end of the year, but they have to go ahead and do a whole rewrite. And again, that's the result of the elections this fall will have a big implication for what the next version of the Older Americans Act looks like, and the way that we as a nation will help address the needs of our aging populations. You know, of course, we could have opportunities too, right? I mean, Congress could decide to write bills that will be good for the city, but they could also do things that might not be as good for the city. So, for instance, I know one thing that's been of interest to the city over the past couple of months are related to insurance issues, but also housing is part of that. You know, housing affordability is one of the main concerns that we hear about, you know, from every single community that we work on behalf of. I will tell you that the message out of Washington is to be honest, and this is one where I wish I could see all of your faces as opposed to just reacting to voices. But to be honest, the way that Congress and the administration and the folks in Washington view housing affordability is often that they say that local governments have so many zoning restrictions and impediments to affordable housing development that, in fact, local communities are the ones that are one of the root causes of housing inaffordability. So that's why I mentioned be mindful of YIMBYism. You know, it's like this is an effort where the federal government at some point could tie more federal housing dollars and federal funding as a whole to mandates that would remove certain zoning restrictions or otherwise force you all to do things from a construction perspective in order to attain the same kind of federal funding or federal housing funding or support that you may have had in the past. So we'll have to see how that plays out over the next couple of years. And last, I just want to mention funding for the downtown revitalization plan. We've been aware of the fact that you all are talking about this. I think this is a great opportunity for a future or for a variety of future project presentations to your Congress, to members of Congress to support some portions of that project over the next couple of years. So I'm eager to learn more about it. I appreciate that you all have been talking about it, and we've tried to stay in touch on that so that we can help support the revitalization of downtown. But with that, I'll actually conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to be with you all today.
All right, thank you very much. No questions. Sylvia, are there any speaker cards for this?
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for this item.
Okay, public session's closed. Tony, questions? Jackie, questions? We're good, we're good. All right, thank you, the good men of Thorn Rutten Partners. And turn it back to Amina.
Sure. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yes, as they queue up the presentation, I'll be presenting on the 2025 platform and financial priorities. I have Sharon Gonzalez also joining me to present, and she will be joining live from Zoom as well. So for today's ask, we ask that Council confirm and approve the 2025 legislative platform, as well as the financial priorities. We ask that you guys approve the city-sponsored legislation, and then also to appoint 2 council delegates for our future legislative advocacy meetings. So moving on to our 2025 legislative platform, as you all know and are familiar with, we use the platform, both council and staff, to guide us when it comes to advocating, supporting, or opposing state and federal legislation that either impacts or benefits the city and our neighbors. So our legislative platform is now broken into 13 sections. We have a new one, municipal communications. We'll discuss that in a bit. As far as our platform for 2025, we do have a few new additions. First addition is we've added overarching mission statements to each section title. This will help any reader basically quickly identify what that section is discussing. For Section 5 homelessness, we added 2 tenets to this section. The tenets basically speak to strengthening state and federal budgeting when it comes to homeless solutions programs. For public safety, we've added language that discusses supporting legislation when it comes to combating retail theft and other repeated offenses. We've also added language within this section that speaks to homeowners' access to fair insurance when it comes to wildfires and other disasters. Also, for transportation and airport infrastructure, we changed the title. We thought that the title change would better reflect the city's focus on safety improvements at the airport versus airport operations. So now moving to the new section, we have, we call municipal communications. In this section, we basically put language in here that speaks to council members being able to attend meetings virtually, as long as there's a minimum quorum present. We've also put legislation in here that speaks to, as an extension of the Brown Act, that speaks to basically civility and respect when it comes to our public meetings and public forums. And I believe Sharon will talk a little bit more about that. So before I move on to our priorities, does the council approve of the 2025 legislative platform?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? Jackie?
No questions. I just want to take note. I appreciate the municipal communications update, and this was spurred by the fact that I was pregnant and I had a baby, and there surprise. and it's interesting. The state legislator practices something different than they allow for local. I know they have different rules up there, so they can take more time off. And so this just kind of makes it so that, in the future, a new parent, and again, it's the ideal, right? Ideally that they would do this. So that's where that came from. So just wanted to give some background. Thank you.
Well, that's good background. I love policy. Policy is what I thrive
Policy is
on.
my friend.
I love it. Wes, Tony, do you have any?
I got just a couple things. Thank you. It was good. The ads are good. I had a couple of suggestions or at least questions. So in section 1 in the library, the very last one on E, it says it supports library to fund library services and other additional archival digitation services. I just wanted to see if there's a way that we could weave in, some feedback to the heritage rooms, because there's grants available and there's other things. If we could support additional efforts to fund, archival, I guess it kind of covers that, but. Sorry? I'm on the actual page 4, 1.1, section 1, E.
So just make sure I understood.
I like other people's money.
For-
I like other people's money in the Heritage Room to digitize things and to,
Digitization.
yes. Sorry, I know I took a long way to get there. The actual platform.
Page 4, yes. Support efforts, that fund, I agree with that.
So just if we'd add in that, but that we would support additional funding for digitization. I can't say that word. Digitization for our Heritage Room.
Is that like going after grant money?
Yeah, or if there's funding, there's some other funding.
All of this does that, right? The platform is basically just sets a roadmap for the things that we're trying to secure
Right.
money for. So once it's in there, we can say, hey, listen, it's in the
It's
roadmap.
in there,
Give
and
us
we don't
some,
need
give
to
us some
come
money.
back to us. Right.
Yeah, it's a wish list, kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a wish list. Well then.
Kind of.
Why do you think I wrote on my notes? And then on number 2, which I didn't quite know where this to go. So section 2, economic development. One of the things that's being discussed at the state level is potential mitigation banking for VMT. So how you would mitigate for vehicle miles traveled. And, I'm a big advocate for tying together housing and economic development and transportation. So I'd like to be able to support, and maybe we could find someone that would want to pursue this, that you would get VMT credit for economic development, for getting jobs for people to live, that live here, that work here, that you would get vehicle miles travel credit, vehicle miles mitigation, or that could be a mitigation bank. So if someone was going to, RCTC or the county is going to be putting in a new road, or a developer needs to pay for VMT mitigation, that a bank could be established that would incentivize businesses to hire people locally.
Support. So you would word that like support efforts to provide VMT credits to economic
Mitigation banking for
VMT.
economic development.
Okay. Support efforts.
I got it.
Okay, got it.
Okay. And then it could go there, or it could go in transportation. It's kind of either or both.
Sure.
And then the last one is just kind of reading the tea leaves in Sacramento. The governor has talked really harshly about cities that aren't good stewards of homeless money.
We're on page 6.
Sorry, it's number 5, section 5.
Section 5, page 6.
Homelessness. And we kind of dance around a little bit about it, and we're supporting to incentivize city investments. And so I think that since the state likes the stick more than the carrot, that I have a feeling there's going to be some sticks coming out, and I would be in support of not getting hit by a stick, because we are good stewards of the state's money.
Well, that kind of falls into A, right? Support legislation to incentivize and maintain city investments in homeless programs. Do you think we can, do you want to just
maintain? I would say that we would want to
rephrase that?
Yeah.
Because it does. It's an incentive, right? We want to support legislation that incentivizes
and
investment
maintain
in
city
programs.
investments. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Sarah,
But I agree with you. They need more carrots.
Yeah, there's something that's going to come. I'm telling you, there's something that's going to happen next year that there's
I
going to
really
be
don't
something.
like getting hit by sticks either.
No sticks.
So, yeah. That's,
And
yeah,
then
my mother would hit me with
the
the
very
stick.
last one was section 8, 8.1.
Which is page
8.
Page 8 of the platform.
Yep. I think B and C go together. I think that there was
Support
just
efforts.
I think we pushed the return button.
Yeah, that's a stick hitter.
Yeah. And then I know we talked about the homeowner insurance, housing insurance stuff. I don't know if there's something else that we could be doing at that. It's a tough one, I know, I think of all the robo emails that we've all probably gotten in the past, 3 months. That's been number one on the list. And most of them that we get, the robo ones, I just kind of go, okay, but this one's a real deal. I just don't know what the solution is. And I get the flower emails from the insurance commissioner saying he's trying, but it's all about fires. And if there's a fire that they can't cancel, but the fact is that if you look at homeowners insurance, it's tripled in the past 4 years. And, and some people actually can't afford it. I talked to a resident the other day that said basically that their son is selling their home because their insurance is $15,000 a year and they can't afford it. So they're going to go to rent because they can't afford to pay insurance. Not that they couldn't afford the home. They own the home. They have no problem paying it. But $15,000 a year for homeowners insurance is not sustainable. So I just don't know where that fits, but I know we talk about it. I just didn't know if there was anything else that we could do.
Suggestions on where we
I don't know.
put it?
I mean, I don't know.
Amina, maybe you can take a look to see where that, something like that, like support legislation that encourages,
Yes, we
creative
have that
solutions
under
for
public safety, section 7, actually.
Yeah.
We added language.
There is something in there. Yeah. It's page 7.
7. Support efforts to address state insurance commissioners' cancellation of fire insurance and rates
that's for
current
fire.
residents.
I'm just, cancellation of fire insurance and rates. I mean,
We just change it to
cancellation-
home insurance instead of fire insurance? Sure. Because that's really
Including fire and home.
the same thing.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I mean, right now the current rules that he is enforcing is if there's a fire, if you're in an APE of a fire, that you by law they cannot cancel your insurance for a year. So every time there's a fire, the insurance commissioner adopts that fire and that APE. If you're in this zip code, that you cannot be canceled. But that's only for a year, and this is kind of a temporary thing. There's a bigger issue, but I don't know how to do it. But
I think that it's in there, and maybe we can just tweak what O says. Because again, this is a roadmap, and it doesn't stop us from advocating for it once we've identified it in the platform. So if we do come across like creative solutions from another agency or from the League of Cities, we can hop on board.
yeah,
Or if we create one ourselves.
because in the end, all the state's plan, the Fair Plan Act, it's completely. It's overprescribed. It's in the trillions of dollars.
I
That if there was an
disagree
issue,
with you.
and there is only like hundreds of millions in that plan. So anyway, I know we're not going to solve that issue. Or maybe Sharon could, if she had anything that she's hearing on that, that'd be great.
Yeah. So, hi, good afternoon. Sharon Gonzalez, Director of Government Affairs with the California Public Policy Group. On the subject of wildfire reforms or insurance reforms, really, the insurance commissioner has stated that he will have a plan in place by the end of the year. I'm not really sure what that would entail, and also it's more complex than just being able to provide homeowners with insurance. There's a lot of mitigation efforts that we require of of residents that would be a cost to them in order to mitigate their properties from the threat of wildfire in order to be insured. So we wanted to keep the policy statements as broad as possible, knowing that more was going to come down the pipeline. By keeping it broad, we are not getting so specific that we're not in a position to take, or we're not in a place where we can't take a position when the time comes.
All right,
Okay.
Amina.
Thank you. So moving on to our financial priorities for 2025, we have 4 sections that we will focus on for the year of 2025. That's community services, public safety, public utilities, and transportation. And so before I start on the different projects, I do want to note that many of the projects you're going to see are an extension or they're from 2024. What we did this time, though, we restructured these projects to make them a little bit more smaller and more tailored to be little projects within the big project. I found that after going through the community project funding process with our federal partners, our local delegation found it more helpful to have smaller, I want to say tasks or projects, as well as the associated costs instead of these big monstrous projects and the price tag that goes along with them being so big. So I believe that's how we were able to be successful in getting some of the funding with the real-time information center and the Trails project. So, oops, sorry, go back to our first community service project is city park revitalization. And so we're looking for funding for some amenities for our city parks, and this includes playgrounds, splash pads, and skate park pump tracks. And cost for this would be $14 million that we're going to be seeking. For citywide park improvements, we're looking for funding to fund dog parks, park seating, shade structures, splash pads. That's citywide. This is for $3 million. For the Historic Civic Center, we're looking for funding for basically some renovations and beautification projects. As you can see, they're stated on the slide there. We have roof replacements and things like rebuilding the breezeway, and we're looking for 2.5 for this particular task or actions. For our trails construction, we're looking for funding to construct 3 trails: the Canyon Crest Connector, the Public Safety Way, and the Rincon Street multi-use trails. This has a cost of $16 million. For public safety, we have the Corona Wildfire Resilience Initiative, again, it's from 2024. But we also have the Real-Time Information Center, and this is contingent upon us receiving that funding that our federal partners gave you guys an update about earlier. And then for public utilities, we have our PFAS treatment facilities, and this is for 3 centers. And then we have our water reclamation facility. For the PFAS, $14 million, and then for the reclamation facility or the wharf, we're looking for $35 million funding. And so rounding out the priorities, we have our transportation projects. We have the Magnolia Avenue widening at Temescal Wash. Then we also have the State Route Eastbound 91 Improvements Project, which would be between I-15 and Pierce. Both these projects will include lanes widenings in both directions, and there's all sorts of other improvements, as you see stated on there.
I mean, really quick before you move on, I know when we sat through these meetings before, anything that was, I mean, we saw during the last federal presentation that nothing got awarded or nothing got funded that was over, over $1.7 million, I think. I know we have some of these that are definitely, and the chiefs have gotten the memo because they've gotten nice, small, bite-sized things, I think, that can be picked off cleanly. And though I appreciate the $14 million for the city park revitalization and the trail construction at $16 million, and then some of none of Tom's stuff is cheap. So I get it that it's $35 million. But I don't think we have any shot at all and get any funding for any of those, unless there's a way that is there some smaller piece that could be put up front first.
I don't disagree, but remember, the thought process was always like history. The funds that we received for the bridge, right? $89 million. And it happened because there was a shelf project quoted at a different price. So like we're keeping a running tally because you never know. It could.
True. All right. Fair enough.
And I do want to also add that for the projects that have a cost of maybe 10 to 14 million, we're still in a good sweet spot according to our federal partners.
Yeah. And if they're interested in something, we can always like kind of itemize it.
Correct.
Right? And say like, hey, maybe you can't do all 35 million, but can you do this 10 million for this one thing? So yeah, I agree with Wes on that. Like itemizing is a good thing.
So next, we're going to ask the council adopt the financial priorities. But before we do that, we would like for you guys to basically look at the rankings of these priorities and let me know if you agree with them or otherwise. Staff has already proposed rankings for each of these projects, and the rankings is based on urgency, cost, timing, need, and other considerations. So I'm going to move forward. With community services, we have the city park is number 1. Park improvements is number 2. Historic Civic Center renovations number 3, and trails and trailhead construction at number 4.
Are you cool with that, Wes?
I kind of see this as like a ShamWow commercial, right? So, city park revitalization project is $14 million. However, if you just like this part, you can do it for $2 million. But yeah, no problem with any of these. But thank you.
T-Dog?
Yeah. I'm in favor.
Or Milwaukee?
Okay.
You're good? I think we're good.
All right, for public safety, we moved wildfire resistance initiatives up to number 1. And then the real-time information center, again, because we may get funding for that, but that would be number 2. So that's the rankings for public safety.
Comfortable with that too.
Okay,
Yeah, we're good.
good,
They're good, too.
okay.
They are.
For public utilities, we
Just
have
really
the-
quick. Oh, sorry, you didn't get there yet. Never mind. I thought you skipped ahead.
Not
Oh,
yet.
no.
Go ahead. I will shut up now.
It's okay. For public utilities, we have the GAC treatment facility as number 1 and the wharf as number 2.
Yep, I agree with
Right. Transportation, we put Magnolia Avenue widening as number 1 and the state route project as number 2.
For this one, I know that we've talked about widening that forever, and I know I think we got $5 million from somebody, or from Congressman Calvert the year before, or year before last. How much more short are we on that? I mean, we have all the money for sure for Ontario, correct? Ontario under crossing.
Yes, we
Yes.
have the
Okay.
money for the Ontario
I just like saying
Undercrossing.
it out
We
loud 'cause
actually,
it's like-
we actually received some money from Magnolia, but we transferred it to Ontario because that was a higher priority than Magnolia. So we're
Okay.
still short with Magnolia.
Great. So Magnolia, we still need the 15 million. And what's the big driver for that? I mean, I know it's an old bridge. I know we have it's
It's a gap closure. It's a gap closure because it goes from 6 lanes to 4 lanes and then to 6 lanes again.
Okay.
So there's a capacity for 6 lanes to go through, and once we widen this portion, then it'll be continuous.
I know that project, or there's a industrial project that was proposed
Yes.
right there. Are they going to be paying for part of that since it's part of their property or it's adjacent to their property?
They will be paying, I think they're going to come in first.
Their fair share.
Likely first. They're actually going to be doing the construction for the half of it. So, but not the bridge, but their frontage.
Okay, but doesn't their property go up to the bridge?
Yes, but the bridge is not adjacent. It's kind of catty
okay.
corner.
All right.
We couldn't go that far.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So that concludes our financial priorities. And you guys already pretty much let me know that they're correct and that you guys agree with the rankings, so we'll move forward. And we're going to move into city-sponsored legislation. Sharon's going to take over from here.
Good luck, Sharon.
Great, thank you. And I don't believe I have the ability to move the slides, so I'll just prompt next slide when appropriate. So we can go to slide 20, or yeah, we can go to the next slide, please. Great. So when we met with each of your department heads, we not only go over the platform as well as the financial priorities, but we take the time to discuss how legislation impacts city departments and see if there is legislation that we can propose that can make things easier on the city moving forward. So in doing so, we will identify what the problem is, see if we can seek a legislative solution, looking at the political climate, and then understanding that as a sponsor, there is an added expectation on the city to provide background information, to come up to Sacramento and potentially testify, as well as meetings with committee staff and other key stakeholders who may be in support or opposed to a various proposal. Next slide. So looking at 2025, it'll be after an election year, so that means it's the first year of a 2-year session. So we will have identified or adopted our proposals and the platform prior to then. The legislature will reconvene in January for the session, and early January is about when the governor will propose his January budget. And I'll discuss this for later on, but again, we're going to expect another year of state revenues in decline. Given the first year, a lot of it will be newly organizing, new committees, getting people fully staffed. It'll really be probably late March, beginning of April, when policy committees really begin to, when we really get busy with policy committees. And then that takes us into June, where the state budget is adopted. And then we go on next year between mid-July to mid-August will be when the summer recess takes place, with the governor then having until about mid-October to sign and veto legislation. Next slide. So last year we had talked about a number of issues, including the Surplus Lands Act, the auxiliary lanes, truth in tolling, and rent stabilization. These were adopted, and these were the highlights, the key policy topics that we took to our delegation when we did our meetings that we do annually with the city's legislative delegation. So there was interest in both truth in tolling and with rent stabilization. I think, as you guys had heard previously, some of the complex issues, but there was a bill introduced, and I can get into that a little further on. Actually, we can move on to the next slide. We'll touch on each of these in the next slide. So looking at proposals for 2025, again, Surplus Lands Act, we talked about municipal communications and being able to have remote meetings and teleconferencing, truth in tolling, Rent Stabilization Act, and then also the Public Records Act. So those are the 5 that we kind of landed on based on our discussions with various departments this year. Go to the next slide, please. So under the Surplus Lands Act, this is something that we've talked about each year in this fall workshop. And by way of background, under the SLA, in order for a local agency to dispose of property, it has to first be prioritized for housing. So there have been efforts in the past. We actually worked with city staff last year, actually it was 2023, in their leadership role through CalEd to make some changes that were done through a broader bill. So it did make certain provisions within the act to make it less stringent. This year we want to focus on looking for an exemption for downtown areas. We would be looking to add an additional exemption under Government Code 54221. And when we look at this proposal, we would want to look at a member of the city's delegation to really carry this bill and have the right author for it, because it does require pushing back on an administration and legislative leadership that is very housing anywhere, everywhere, despite anything else. So really would want someone who can fight for what it is that the city is trying to do in its downtown area. Next slide, please. So looking at remote meetings and teleconferencing, the reason why we, added the municipal communications section to the platform is since the pandemic, we have had bills on the Brown Act and what exemptions should be placed within it since. At first, it was put in place as a necessity in order to continue business during the time of the pandemic. And now the conversations really become, you can still have public participation, you can still have transparency, and you can get more people to participate both on boards and commissions as a result of being allowing someone to participate remotely. So we would be looking at legislation to attend meetings without having to post your location, which is currently what is required. Kind of going back to Councilmember Casillas' point before, the state currently has a policy where they have subsidiary bodies that are non-decision making boards and commissions allowed to meet remotely without having to do all of these requirements, and that bill will sunset next year. So the Brown Act will be very much a topic of the legislative process next year. So it's a good time to be able to be a part of these discussions. Also, there is every kind of local public entity is in support of making these reforms. So where with the previous slide I talked about, we would really want a city delegate to carry the bill. This, we would have the support of Cal Cities, the counties, special districts, healthcare districts, local education agencies, all as a part of this conversation. So it really opens us up to who could carry the legislation, as well as the different arguments available depending on who it is that we're talking to. Can you go to the next slide, please? The next proposal that we have is truth in tolling. I cannot speak to this as well as council members speak, but I will say that we have talked about this one in previous years before, and this is really getting at a good consumer bill, because right now when drivers take a toll road, they do not know how much they're paying versus how much time they're being saved. So what this proposal would do ultimately is display an estimated time saved next to the cost of what the toll would be. And this would be done under the Streets and Highway Code. That's where this requirement would be inserted. Next slide.
And we have a meeting with Senator Ciarto tomorrow. So
yes,
wishful thinking.
And then under rent stabilization, I know you guys heard a lot about this already today. From just a state perspective, we had, you guys talked about 2782, and which created some exemptions. From a state side, the policy discussion that happened with that bill was to protect tenants' protections during the pandemic. So that was really kind of how that bill got out, which is why the sunset was placed on it. There was another bill, it was AB 978 from 2021 that had been passed and signed by the governor, but then it was litigated and ultimately overturned. So in 2023 and in this past year in 2024, there were two attempts by Assemblymember Marisucci to address the RSO. However, they could not come up with a formula that would meet the affordability for the tenants, as well as make sure that park owners they couldn't find that balanced approach, allowing them to get a rate of a return on their park. So this was also one of the proposals that we had talked about with our delegation last year. I do believe that had AB 2778 moved forward, I had conversations with Assemblymember Cervantes about them possibly joint authoring or co-authoring, but because of there was no desire to pursue a bill that ultimately was just going to be litigated. If you're not solving the problem, they didn't want to just go through the process of having a bill to have a bill. So that's that proposal. And then if you could go to the next slide. And then our final proposal is having to do with the Public Records Act. And currently, cities are being inundated with Public Records Act requests, knowing that it's in the best interest of the local agency to settle rather than go through the trouble of either getting the records provided that they need to, or taking the issue to court once the claimant sues the city. So this was brought forth, I want to say it was 2 years ago now, an opportunity to cure and correct allowing for 90 days to wait 90 days before you file a suit in order to give a public agency the right to cure or correct a potential PRA violation. There's similar models to this under the government claims action as well as under the Code of Civil Procedures. So we would be pulling from that language and having that apply to the PRA. Originally, when we brought this up, we were having conversations with Senator Roth's office on it, and they weren't quite settled at that time. They needed some more information and wanted to have further discussions. As a result, we put together a Public Records Act working group and have been meeting monthly. And when we're not playing defense on existing legislation, we've been working on proposals for next year. So there, again, is a number of local government agencies, public agencies, who actually have this kind of as our number one target for legislation we want to pursue next year, have 3 different ways of possibly going about it. And speaking to what I said earlier about remote meetings, given that we've got a large coalition already, it would allow us to go outside of our delegation to find an author to carry this legislation.
This is one that definitely needs a narrative because the way it reads, it sounds like the city's just trying to, beg its way out of making a mistake. But that's not what this is. This is because these are to combat the predatory folks.
Yeah, and this is Dean, the city attorney. What I would compare it to and maybe add to your notes is the Brown Act. So currently, in order to sue a government agency for violating the Brown Act, somebody has to provide notice to the agency that they have violated the Brown Act. And then the city or agency has a chance to cure it and do it right, so to speak. That's the comparison I would make, because the Brown Act and the Public Records Act are the 2 main statutes that govern how we operate the business, in a transparent way. So I would analogize to that and say we're just asking for, under the Public Records Act, the same thing we have under the Brown Act. Just tell us we violated the law. We'll look at it. If we agree, we correct it. And that way we avoid needless litigation, because they'll file the suit and then immediately say, hey, we'll make it go away if you pay us $10,000. So that's what we're trying to avoid.
And I will say one added incentive or one added kind of concern since we initially discussed this was now the popularity of AI and how that can even increase some of the numbers that we've seen before. And it was already, you had like the same claimants really just kind of going after multiple agencies, and then AI is just another added factor to that. So we've got that one. And then if you could go to the next slide, please. So if you wanted to get the council's feedback on those proposals and if there's anything else that you would like us to take a look at.
All right, thank you. Wes is cool. Milwaukee is cool. Makita. Okay. DeWalt's on board. We're good. Do you want to look ahead?
Yeah, let's go on to looking ahead. So under 2025 legislative opportunities, would consider legislative action days, especially if we do end up sponsoring a bill. As mentioned, it would require trips up to Sacramento. We would want to meet with members who have to vote on these proposals. And also, it doesn't have to be a standalone meeting. We can have those coincide, given that the city's involved with Cal Cities, Cal Ed, CMUA, and Cal Chiefs. So if you were up here for those, we can piggyback city-specific meetings, not just with lawmakers and staff, but also with state agencies. Those can also be, it's also a good opportunity to build those relationships when you're up here. And then really looking at regional collaborations. There is an opportunity to work with your neighboring jurisdictions, really specifically to advance priorities within transportation, land use, and economic development. I say that specifically within economic development, we're seeing kind of a targeted effort on looking at how Riverside County and San Bernardino County bring economic development into their communities. So it's a good idea to have a united front and really maybe have more skin in the game by working with our neighbors. Next slide. So right now the governor still has till the end of the month to sign or veto bills. So we're looking at, he's probably got about 600 more bills that he needs to act on. But after that, we will be providing the city with a comprehensive end of year report on this past legislative session. So going into next year, we would adopt this year's platform and financial priorities. In October, that would allow us to start scheduling meetings with our electeds who are not up for election. We can get those ones done early, and then soon after this year's election, hopefully get meetings with our new senator and our new assembly member to go over the city's legislative priorities and financial priorities. Looking into next year, given the election, we're going to have new committee assignments. So that means that what we know of right now with our key policy committees, such as local government, public safety, housing, they'll all be subject to change. So that always means is that we've got to continue to educate our members and their staffs on what the city's priorities and concerns are. And then, as mentioned, continued declining state revenues. So still an opportunity to have those meetings regarding financial delegation, with your delegation regarding your financial priorities. However, understanding that the ask might need to be smaller, probably gives the city the best opportunity to be successful in obtaining some state funds. And then next slide. And then I'll turn it back to Ms. Mears.
Thank you, Sharon. Council, do we have any more questions for Sharon?
No, I just want to make note that no questions. I think legislative action days are a good idea only if we have sponsored a piece of legislation and or only if we're already there for another reason. I don't think we should suddenly have annual legislative action days and send a group of council members up to Sacramento. So thank you.
Thank you.
I know. No road trips. Wes, Tony, you cool? All right,
Okay, so before I close out, I want to do one more thing. I need council to appoint 2 delegates for our legislative advocacy meetings.
Jackie and Wes?
Yeah.
Tony and Jackie?
Tony wants to do it?
You guys want to do rock, paper, scissors, or?
Yeah, I mean, awesome. Come on in. I don't know that it can be 3. It has to be 2.
So,
We can trade
Amina,
off.
for the record, it's Milwaukee and Makita.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our presentation for today.
All right, thanks, Amina. Do you guys want to power through the next one, or do you need a break, or
Break.
Oh, no breaks. Oh, do we have speaker cards, Sylvia? Any speaker cards?
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards.
All right, moving on. We're gonna. Up next is the ARPA update. Luis Navarro, are you here, Luis? There you are. All dressed up and spiffy. Luis is our budget supervisor, and he will provide a presentation on the fiscal year revenue projections. Good luck, Luis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Here today to provide another update on ARPA funds. You've seen most of these slides before, so I'll try to go rather quickly to those particular slides. The purpose, again, to provide an update on the ARPA funds. As an overview, we'll go over the status of the ARPA funds, current allocations, project statuses, recommended funding changes, and of course, what the next steps are. To recap, back in 2021, the American Rescue Plan approved a total of $1.9 trillion in funding. Of that, $350 billion was allocated to states and local governments. The City of Corona's allocation was $29.2 million. And two key dates to remember here, the first one coming up in the next few months. Funds must be fully obligated by December 31st, 2024. And by obligated, meaning funds must be tied to a contract or a purchase order. And once obligated, funds must be fully spent by December 31st, 2026. Initially, 4 categories were identified as eligible uses for ARPA funds, and the city elected to allocate funding to the negative economic impacts category and the revenue replacement category. In August of last year, 3 additional categories were identified. However, at that time, the city had already allocated 100% of its funds. This slide shows a breakdown of the current allocations by categories and projects. And as you can see, we currently have $2.02 million allocated to the negative economic impacts category and $27.14 allocated to the revenue replacement category. Moving on to individual project statuses and funding changes. There are 6 projects in the negative economic impacts category. 2 of them have been completed. The remaining 4 are on track. The business grants and business support project, both of those are expected to be completed by the end of the calendar year. We are estimating a budget surplus of $220,000, and those funds will be reallocated to other projects. Yes. So that 220 is a combination of 2 projects, business grants and business support. Going down the list, the CBO program is expected to be fully expensed by the end of the calendar year. The rental assistance at the Historic Civic Center project with rent reductions through the end of the calendar year, we are estimating a budget shortfall of just over $35,000, but with the remaining balance of other projects, that should cover it. In sum, the revised total for the negative economic impacts category is at $1.84 million, which is a decrease of $0.18 million. And just a note on the changes are estimates at this point, so any final changes will come back to the council for review and approval. Moving on to the revenue replacement category. Initially, there were 10 projects in this category. 4 of those projects have been completed.
I'm sorry, Luis, I couldn't math fast enough.
No worries.
So really quick on the negative economic impacts, where we of the 2.02 million dollars that we allocated, we've only spent 1.84 million. Where's the additional? Is it 160,000?
So the 2.02 million, that's the budget piece, and we're now at 1.84. And if you see the business grants, the business support, and then the rental assistance, the delta, that's that negative 0.18.
So, but will we end up spending the 2.02, but we've just reallocated where it's going?
It's just been reallocated, yes.
Okay. I just couldn't math fast enough, so I just wanted to make sure that of the 2.02 that we allocated, we're in these 6 sectors, we're going to spend 2.02. We just kind of moved the money around a little bit.
So it has been reallocated, or we're recommending to reallocate those
But
funds.
still in the negative economic impacts.
You'll see in the later slides, it'll be shifting over to the revenue replacement category.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
You got it.
Yeah, when you say 1 or 0.18 million, I can't math that in my head fast. Yeah, I can't. I think I take my shoes off. It's a whole situation.
Okay, so the revenue replacement category, again, just going down the list of these projects. The fire station rebuild project, the plans are in final design phase, and the construction bid process will be completed in either winter or spring of next calendar year. And because of that, we will be reallocating $5.2 million in ARPA funds to other projects. The 6th Street beautification project, that essentially was a combination of 2 projects, the 6th Street beautification piece and the South Mall improvements. The South Corona Mall component has been removed from ARPA funding and will be added to the downtown revitalization project. And the South Mall parking lot rehab project has been broken out to its own project, and $5 million has been allocated to it. The remaining $3.6 million will be reallocated to other ARPA projects.
Okay, really quick. If I'm looking back on page 4, where it talks about the allocation to the city of Corona, 29.2 million. But then I'm looking at this total here is 27.32. Again, am I missing something? Are we missing $2 million? I'm sure that we're not, but
No,
where is that $2 million?
It's over in category 1. It's category between category 1 and 3 makes up the 29 million.
So 2 and the 27.
Yeah, that's the difference. The delta, they're taking the delta.
Luis, can you go back a couple slides?
Yeah, go to page.
There you go, right there.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm going to have to ask you guys to explain it to me.
I'm
like
on board. I agree with you. I'm on the same level of
guess
confusion.
If we have 29,158,000, and I'm looking through all of these sheets, it adds up to 27.32. So I'm wondering where that additional money is.
Sure, so there's 27.32 in category 3, and then there's 2.02 in category 1. So between the two, they equal to the $29.2 million.
Okay. Oh, okay. So in the negative economic impacts, that $2.02 million plus the 27.32 is the total of the 29. I guess where I got confused is when we shifted money from category 1 to make up shortfalls in category 3. I think that's where I got confused as far as I thought we had money left over from category 1, and it looked like we had money left over from category 3 to the tune of $2 million, but we don't.
No, it's
The revised total is what.
Yeah,
confused
so
me.
if we're just shifting money out of category 1 to category 3 to make sure we still fully utilize the full 29.2.
Okay, but I guess when I look at I just have to add up the two revised totals.
Right.
In category 1 and in category 3. But I guess when it all drills down, it looks like, to me, in my mind, it looked like 27.32, but it's both of those totals.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm just making sure we didn't. Yeah, I'm telling you. Just making sure we're not missing $2 million. Councilmember Casillas, do you understand that now as well, now that it was explained to me like I'm 10?
No, can I tell? I appreciate that so much because I was also like, what, where?
Yeah.
How, so thank you. On the same page. I appreciate it. It now makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Thank
have
you,
questions, but it makes sense.
Luis, thank you, Kim. Mama Kim, for explaining that to me. Thank you.
Again, going down the list, the traffic signal optimization and the old PD building demolition projects, those are both on track, and we're anticipating a bid award in December. Bid estimates are a little bit on the higher end, so funding from the 6th Street beautification project will be reallocated to both of these projects. The communication studio, that one is currently out to bid for the construction piece, and that component will be under award by December. And then the remaining ARPA funds will be reallocated to other projects, and the remaining components of the project, which I believe our equipment and furniture, will be funded by either the general fund or Measure-X. And the last one, excuse me, on this table, the broadcast system overhaul. This project is in final designs, and the remaining ARPA funds will be reallocated to other projects, and the remainder portion of the project will be, again, funded by general or Measure-X funds.
Oh, yeah, we've done a lot of EOC upgrades with that.
We'll share, which means he doesn't get the mic. So you can have his mic.
Are we good?
I have questions.
Okay, Jackie, do you want to ask it?
I mean, he
Proceed.
Thank you. And again, just a quick note on these changes. Final changes will come back to the council for review and approval.
Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
I have a question at the end, and I don't know. I don't think this is the appropriate time to ask, but there's a pause, so I'll ask it. There's the reporting out from agencies to the Department of the Treasury, and it shows our last report as of April of this year, and so it must be outdated because clearly we're on track and we've got a lot of allocations. I want to make sure we're not missing this deadline, right? Because we have to have. But the April 2024 report provided by us shows only 2.79 million expended of 29.1 million adopted. So can you explain that to me?
Sure, that was most likely old data or an old submittal. I just pulled data yesterday. I just ran the report yesterday, and inception to date, we're at 5.3 spent.
5.3
and currently
spent.
I'm sorry?
5.3 spent.
5.3 million
Okay.
spent, yes, and 3 million encumbered.
And so will the status of encumbered qualify for obligation by that? So having it as a status of encumbered, that we meet that criteria. We're not going to lose these funds.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
1 second. Because this part is kind of comical. If I'm reading this correctly, we somehow we didn't spend $439 on our new Bearcat.
We are watching every penny, and if we can save a couple of dollars,
Chief, I commend you for I mean, I don't know what else you could have spent on for $439.
but we just reallocate the funds. So anytime we come in under, we're just going to.
I get that. I think that's great. I'm sure that there was a couple older that you missed or something. There was a option that you didn't get. But when I'm looking at the demolition of the police building and it's saying that, we allocated $1 million to it, but the budget or the bids are coming back, that's where $400,000, an additional $400,000 from the 6th Street beautification split out to the South Mall parking lot. I mean, there's surplus in some of those other areas, so that's where it's going to end up going. Do we have any idea if that's going to be the total, like 1.4 million to demo that building?
I don't know if we have the bids in yet, do we?
It's an estimate. The bids will be coming in, and then once we come in, we'll show you at award what the exact number is going to be.
Well, the chief has thrown down the gauntlet. He saved $439, Savat. I expect you to save $440 somehow. Figure it out. Thank you.
I'm sensing a trophy that's going to be passed around. Whoever saves the most ARPA money.
I would be on board for that trophy. Whoever saves the most money. Yeah.
Be like a little baby hand with the pennies. Yeah, there you go.
All right, Luis, what else you got?
All right, so this slide shows new projects that have been identified. The South Mall parking lot rehab project, again, as mentioned in the previous slide, this was a component of the 6th Street beautification project. That one is scheduled to be awarded in December. The citywide pavement rehab project, 1.82 million will be reallocated to this project, and that one is also scheduled to be awarded in December. And then finally, the 5.2 million from the fire station rebuild project, that is either going to be reallocated to the city park project, or depending on final review, we can potentially retroactively classify homelessness program expenses as ARPA related. In sum, the revised revenue replacement category is at 27.32 million, which is an increase of 0.18 million. There's a lot of movement of these funds, but the main point that we just want to emphasize is that the remaining ARPA funds are scheduled to be encumbered by the December 31st, 2024 date, and no funds will be returned.
Luis, I have one other follow-up question. You may have said it, and I may have been trying to math on something else, but why did we take out $5.2 million from the fire station rebuild?
I'll speak to that. The point is that we want to make sure that we have these funds encumbered and spent. And so in some cases, if a project is a little bit behind schedule and we can't get them encumbered by the deadline, we'll reallocate them to another project so that we make sure all our ARPA funds are spent. It's an accounting exercise.
Oh.
It's not actually a change in the price, so to speak.
Yeah.
Although it is coming in expensive.
It's the Peter Paul approach.
It's not the Peter Paul approach, but It's it's the ARPA. It's making sure you don't give back any ARPA funds approach.
Okay. So the chief didn't figure out a way to save $5.2 million. No. Good going, chief. He's over there.
Okay, this slide shows a revised breakdown of project categories and allocations, and in all, 0.18 million shifted from the negative economic impacts category to the revenue replacement category.
Is there, do you anticipate, will there be any like a little bit of money left over? And do we have like a backup?
It'll all be allocated.
Okay.
We have far more needs than we have funds, so there's we'll have no trouble having them all spent.
Okay, good.
As for the next steps, as we do every quarter, submit the next quarterly report, which is due at the end of next month, and then bring the recommended funding adjustments back to council for review and approval, either at the individual project awards or at the Q1 budget update, which is scheduled for November 6th. And finally, to keep on updating the council, and the next update will be at the spring financial workshop. And again, the purpose was to provide an update on ARPA funds.
Thank you, Luis. Are you guys cool? Any questions? All right, thanks, Louis.
Thank you.
Up next, Jacob Ellis, City Manager, will provide closing remarks.
Mayor, council, just wanted to say thank you. This was a fun morning. You got to, and now it's afternoon. It was that much fun. We were able to clean up our co-sponsorship policy, improve how we allocate fields to be more equitable, do some really important work on rent stabilization. So thank you for the feedback on that, as well as talk about how we continue to advocate for Corona at the state and federal level, and make sure that we're accountable with our ARPA funds. So thank you for the clear direction that we received. That's always a gift to council or to staff from council. And thank you, staff, for all of your work on this. It was a great morning. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Thank you to the team. Appreciate you guys.
All right, with that, we're adjourned. Good luck, everyone.